Hey everybody, and welcome back. All right, let's show chat for a little bit. It's not dead in here, guys. So today we're gonna be working on Homepagerizer, and I have just set up the Git repo 6 minutes ago. You see this stuff. I want to show what I've got so far for the tool, and what we're going to be doing today is a couple of things. There's going to be a whole lot of code cleanup, and then there's going to maybe be some time for new features. I don't know. It all depends on how much momentum I get. But hi, everybody. How spontaneous of you to start early today. Yeah, I said I was ready like 15 minutes ago, and Mamie said I'm still cooking. So I waited 11 more minutes, but I'm a little bit early. I will make a quick post to Discord. Live now on Twitch for the next few hours. And then let's close Discord. There we go. So I wanted to show you something. I have this turn off AC until I can't stand it anymore. It is going to get very hot in this room. And take a look at this. So here's the weather forecast. Today's Saturday, so it's going to get up to 96. And I put the Celsius over here for you guys. But yeah, 111 on Monday. So today alone, anyway, it's going to get bad. So I'm going to need to turn on the AC. You guys will hear the inbuilt noise canceling on OBS. It won't be the best audio quality, but at least I'll be able to stream. So yeah, turn off AC is done. Well, at least there's AC. Yeah, it's this portable unit. I don't know if you can. No, my mic's blocking it. Yeah, it's this portable unit here. It's not great. Hey, Bob Siegel. Hey, K-Merc. So yeah, good to see everybody. I'm going to get started. Yeah, Chippy, I'm like 4 minutes early. Typical Adam fashion. I used to start 20 minutes early every single day. And you might say, why didn't you just adjust your start time? It's for the memes at that point. Hey, Sky. So yeah, the today command does reflect what we're doing here. And like I said, I want to show you guys the actual tool. So let me go find, where did I put this? Code, JavaScript, Homepagerizer, prototype. And it's in a folder called Next.js blog because I use the template. I plan on changing that too at some point. So what is the... Hey, Vibe, hey, Physitronic. Yeah, creative name indeed. What is the command to run this? Yarn run dev. Makes sense. I am doing very well. I'm feeling pretty good. I've been excited about this project. I am just about to show it for pretty much the first time. Oh, so first, I guess we can start with this. So this is my homepage that I've been manually modifying for years and just kind of maintaining, and it's been great. I've loved it. And so here is the tool that I've been working on for the last week, and it doesn't look great, and it probably won't look great by the end of today, but it's functional and could essentially generate the homepage you saw. So here's how it works. There are rows and there are items. And so you can add an item, and you could say something like google.com here and type in Google, and it'll appear on your homepage. And then you can customize colors and stuff. So we could like make the most obnoxious homepage. This is for Mario. And yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. You can add more items and stuff. You can set keyboard shortcuts. Let's just restart here. That way I don't have those sucky colors. In fact, I'll show you a couple other features I've worked on. How about we start with that? So for one, you can drag an old homepage you've already customized onto this. So let's drag this one here. And you can see it rebuilds something that looks kind of like my homepage, Google Calendar, Drive. It's got those things. And then you can see keyboard shortcuts in play too. And so if we load this up on just a new browser tab, here's just the homepage. It's all working. And so you can see this hover color. Maybe I don't really like that. You can actually click edit, and it's going to send this over query param to my web server. And then I can go customize the hover color and make it something a little bit different here. And then just hit save and open up that new homepage, and now my hover color is like a bluish color. So that's it. That's all this is supposed to do. It's supposed to generate these very simple homepages. I've been using this for a long time. I've loved it. I think Raimu ended up watching the stream, and he's like, I gotta have one of those too, so he made one for himself. And this tool will eventually be hosted on GitHub Pages. So yeah, that's a little intro. Yeah, the Atom art is still in full effect. Stored in local storage? No, actually, it's intended for you to load it off of your own hard drive. So you would end up saving this, and then you would set it as your homepage. And so to support that style of editing, you're going to have to drag the homepage on, or you're going to have to click the edit button over here So actually nothing is stored in local storage. Those are the kinds of features I think I could add eventually if I felt like, okay, people are losing their progress, they're navigating away from the page, but I'm probably not going to do it first. Hey, Matthew. Yeah, I'm live again for the first time in a while. So I've been keeping this document of everything I wanted to work on. So let's just copy paste all the tasks out of here. Is there any, I don't know, whatever. We're just going to copy all of this. Yeah, so I started on the 19th. So yeah, a week ago. And let's just copy paste. Ooh, that did not copy paste well. Okay, then let's just keep this tab open. Yeah, fine. I'll just say pull tabs from, or pull tasks from here. Pull tasks from here. Rare stream indeed. It's good to see everybody again. Should probably make one for it. Yeah, so this is, I've been using one at work, and that's the biggest feature that I added since I made my own, is that there are keyboard shortcuts, and I had to manually type them in every time. But it is so nice when you're like, hey, I want to go to my calendar or something, that you just, I'm not going to actually go to my calendar. I don't want you guys seeing all my personal appointments. But I can press G to go to Google or 3 to go to Drive. Excuse me. Again, I can't really go to my Drive. It's got personal stuff. But that is a really nice feature. I like that. And I like this little accent color thing. So yeah, this is what we're working on. Yeah, this is a new keyboard. Good ear. I actually updated the keyboard command for that. I'm not ignoring you, Endure. Oh yeah, you also have one of those for yourself. Sorry. Yeah. I'm used to people tagging me in messages. I see no red in here other than from my bot. Yeah, see all those top secret Google meetings, except for none of those are on my personal calendar, so you wouldn't see those. But I have an appointment today for blood work. Someone's actually coming over, so I have to fast until then. So I woke up right before the fasting time to eat a little bit. New screen as well. Yeah, actually, new screen. It's a 4K monitor. Hey, remote. Okay, so yeah, let's get started. Hey, professor. We are going to be migrating a lot of this old code. Yeah, they come over to take blood. I was very surprised too. I thought it'd cost more money or something. It doesn't. So everything's been in this prototype folder, and I'll show you guys how bad the quality of this is. So for example, we have, where is index? Yeah, index is here. Everything is in kind of this one file, and it's like 700 lines, and I'm not really following any great conventions or anything. So we're still gonna be using JavaScript for this, but I'm gonna try to build this up using the code I already have, but in a nicer way, so that this will look a little better. They just use fangs. It's the Vampire Coven. I don't know why they're coming over, but yeah. And yeah, chair. I'm actually using my old chair again. I should just delete that chair command. It's sitting right over there. I don't like that chair. It's thinking evil thoughts at me. All right, so how should we start this? I guess let's keep the same structure I have for next. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Yeah, let's just get the same structure for Next.js. I don't know how you stylize that. Hey, Romania. Hey, the entire country of Romania. Why is the botland frame not horizontally aligned? Yeah, these are things you can always complain about. Hey, Gleska, hey, Smooth. Hey, everybody. Well, I didn't say hi to already. Yeah, so same structure. We're gonna need package.json because we're gonna need at least Next.js and React. So, and I wonder if there's anything else we need to do. I guess all these dev dependencies too. I could run that initializer for Next.js. I don't think I want to do that. I think I pretty much want to copy paste this whole thing. In fact, let's do that. That's a great idea. So we'll go to the README so that we can just save a new file alongside that. And we call this package.json, of course. And then I think we'll need to change some of this. So Homepagerizer. Homepage version we don't actually have yet, so let's delete that. Private true is not really the case. In fact, what does that represent again? Package, JSON, private. Hey, Schwartz. Hi. What is the purpose of the private? I haven't used this in forever. NPM will refuse to publish it. Oh, actually, that's fine. We do want that. Okay, the scripts are going to be fine. This stuff we're going to get only as we need. So we're going to start with Next and React. And I assume React comes with React DOM. And then we need these 3 things as well. So let's save that and let's go install. Yeah, streaming. Hey, Pim. Was there a period of adjustment when you switched keyboards? Yeah, there was. This keyboard, it's very interesting. So I'll show you. I don't have another keyboard camera now to show you guys this, but it's got some cool lighting effects you can kind of see. I like that. It's got a bunch of other things I could cycle through, and it's got a rotary encoder here, so I can change the volume right from the keyboard. So I like that stuff. It's not ergonomic, and I don't have a numpad. I'm still kind of getting used to things. Yeah, password leaked. This is actually something that I've been wondering about when I go into work finally. You'd be able to see the trail of letters I type. Yeah, normal keyboard, I know. You better not have to go. You're forced to stay here now. Okay, so now we can just run npm install, I think, and get all of the dependencies. I sure hope. If I remember enough about Node. That's actually something that's been pretty eye-opening about all of this, is that I've forgotten a lot of React. I've forgotten a lot of just pretty much everything. I took gate around Browns for this, but I think I want to try linear switches. Was it hard to set up? No, this is pretty easy. This was meant to be easy to set up, though. Yeah, living without a numpad has been a little unusual. Is it saying this because... what, not installed? I'm guessing that was just fixed. Yeah, okay. The README is already whatever. What is this now? Multiple top-level headings in the same document. Well, excuse me. Okay. All right, so we got that. Now let's go get index. I think that having the general same page structure is going to be good. We just threw it into pages. Is there any way to increase the size of text in Explorer? Because I know pressing Control Scroll or anything just changes the view. I guess you can kind of do this, but it's not in a list anymore. I like this. I want it to be bigger though. Hey, Turbo Dave. I haven't done a numpad layer because QMK isn't fully supported on this keyboard. Hey, Dr. Morrow. And I do plan on using QMK, but there's kind of a train wreck going on GitHub right now. I'm not going to go into detail any more than that. Did you need to buy that lube for the switches? No, I didn't buy any. And I don't know if I'd have the patience to do that. From everything I've heard, it takes a very long time. Hey, Pro Sam. So yeah, for anyone who did not get a personalized hey, there's a generic hey guys that makes you feel equally good. All right, so we're going to copy pages over. I should probably just open both of these at this point. Yeah, let's go get that. Code, JavaScript, Homepagerizer, and then Homepagerizer again for this. We'll just paste that in. And then instead of this index, which we can now open through here, I want this to be pretty much blank. Yeah, let's prune it down to, well, not nothing. Let's not prune it down to nothing. Let's delete all of that. Cool. And then this, and pretty much everything else. Where is it? Home, that's what we want. Okay, so delete all of this. Just ret div hello world. There. And get rid of that too. Okay, there. Our application's done. We've done it. It's hello world. Let's see if any of this works. We're gonna host the old page on some other port. And I don't actually know how you set that up. Presumably there's, oh, let's just look it up. Next.js change port. Yeah, I'm gonna use Tailwind again. Hey, Fletcher. It says hello to you. Oh, and hey, Funky Monkey. I was actually thinking of reaching out to you, Funky Monkey, about like, hey, would you wanna help design this? I'd obviously pay you. But I am not sure. Anyway, that might still happen. I didn't want to say, hey, would you be interested, and then not follow through. So now I'm just telling you that I was going to say, hey, would you be interested, and then not follow through. Hey, Untied. It's going well. And yeah, the JIT module for Tailwind, I thought that was very interesting when it came out. What I'm using Tailwind for is just for the tool. So this. And not for the resulting homepage. The resulting homepage looks like a hand-typed HTML, and that's actually intentional. I wanted to keep it pretty basic. There's no delete button. Oh, you can customize whatever you want. And eventually, that's what this software I was talking about, QMK, it's firmware for the keyboard, that would let you customize all sorts of different things. So you could make it so that instead of the control key, you're pressing, when you hold A and you press something else, so like A followed by N would be the same as Control N, and you'd make a new tab or something like that. And so there's lots of stuff you can do. Text magnification. You can magnify, I don't know, the settings are sometimes a little weird. You can use Windows magnifier. You can change the DPI across all of Windows, but I don't know if you can just make this part bigger. Maybe you can. All right, yeah, I got you, Funky Monkey. Okay, so the change port thing, there's certainly a way to do this, right? Oh, you can just run it like this. Okay, that's fine. So just -P. And then we need to pick a port that is on my homepage. So 4000. Sounds good? Excuse me. Yep, there, that was perfect. Okay, great. So the old tool is gonna be running on 4,000, just in case I need it. Cool, there it is. And then the new tool is gonna run on 3,000. So yarn run, oh, and you know what? Let's get this and cd into this. That way we can run, in fact, can I title this GitHub version? Yeah. And then yarn run dev. And we should just see hello world. If I did things correctly, if I wrote my very first program, we're not seeing anything. In fact, this isn't even resolving. Oh, that's probably just Next taking a little bit of time. Okay, so default export is not a React component. Yeah, I forgot to make that default. So export default function, and this should just reload. There it is. It's beautiful. It looks amazing. It's working, everybody. So yeah, we're done. That was a good stream, everybody. Thank you for watching. Let's go look at the, I don't have this anymore. I wonder if I should make a new, hey Ryan, I wonder if I should make a new template or project initializer thingy from Next.js. That way I get the structure here. I'll just prune it down from this. Yeah, let's go back to the old one and just search for this. There was also this class name container. I wonder why. I wonder what that did. Let's see. So here's the old one. Oh, no, that's the wrong port. Adam art indeed. It looks so pretty. Container, yeah, what does this do? Oh, interesting. It's just for setting responsive widths, except I might not need that. I guess let's just use it. Container's the worst descriptive class name, yeah. What happened to the art? It's still there. I just center my head exactly there so that you see me and not the artwork. Okay, then let's just copy paste this. This will be our new hello world, a better hello world. A hello world for the ages. Okay, cool. And then return. Okay, so we have a fave icon. No, we don't. I didn't make one of those. We don't have a fave icon. Should be in public, I think. Yeah, and I actually don't like that fave icon, so we got to put that on my to-do list. Did I already write it, I wonder? Fave icon? No, I didn't. Okay, so maybe we put this in appearance. Make a proper fave icon. The chair beats me in entertainment value. I'll take it. It's a good chair. And let's close this too. Okay, so we're gonna put this over to here and delete this Vercel.svg. What is a Homepagerizer? Check this out, Kahitar, and also hello. All right, so now we should have a fave icon, I think. I don't see one. I don't see anything, which means it probably broke somewhere. Also, this is loading from, yeah, this should be the right place. And oh, main doesn't have anything. That's why we don't see anything, because I didn't actually return hello world again. Yeah, this isn't needed. Yeah, so there's hello world. I don't know, maybe control F5 will get us the fave icon. Maybe reopening the tab will get us the fave icon. Maybe doing nothing will get it for us. Maybe it's 404ing. Let's just take a look. Are we even attempting to load it? I don't see it here. Yeah, we'll take it. Oh yeah, wrong port. Oh my god, I'm so used to that. Thank you. Wait, no, that's not the wrong port. That was the correct port, 3000. This one's the right one, and you can see the fave icon there. Yeah, I could try an incognito. I think that's a good idea. Let's check that out, just to see if something's going wrong. And then the other thing we could check out is control seeing this thing. I actually don't care too much about this, whether the fave icon shows or not. But I will try one more time, and then we'll probably just give up on this. Yep, the project's over, everybody. We're so close. Hey, Baldathus. And hey, Lunatic Alligator. It's nice to see everybody again. I said to my wife, I'm like, one of two things is going to happen. Either there's going to be way decreased viewership, and then I'll get a lot of work done, or there's going to be normal viewership, and then I'll get no work done. Hey, Jax. Yeah, fave icons would be the most important thing if we actually had one. But since we don't, I think we'll leave it at this. Plus, I don't see anything different between these two as far as what I'm doing for the fave icon. It's just a link in the head, and we have that same thing. And I also included it here, right? Maybe what I, oh, hang on, you know what I did? I put this inside of the pages folder. That's why. Okay, I actually am glad I looked at that again. My bad, everybody. Problem exists between chair and keyboard. And so now maybe Control F5 will show it to us. Yep, there it is. Okay, so now we got that little black triangle. Is that even used anywhere on Next.js? Huh. I wonder what that's supposed to be. All right, maybe the N in Next. Yeah, who knows? It is a mystery. So I think we would check even just this in. I want to do this in a very like structured way. Yeah, and that's kind of it right now, right? And we'll try to keep this pretty basic. Okay, yeah. So let's go check that in. What do I have over here? Homepagerizer. So it's this one I don't want, although this will let me open those files up pretty quickly. And all of these files should be listed as new. Okay, yeah, we can keep that. As long as I don't get confused because I'm gonna have pretty much the same names. So we got just these changes and a favicon. Yeah, so okay, we'll say setup basic page, control enter. Yes. Done. Am I gonna host this as a site? Yeah, I'm gonna use GitHub Pages. One of the goals, I wrote all these in my document, which I did not share with you guys, but one of the goals was I don't want to pay money for this. I don't know where I wrote that. Oh yeah, hosting. This shouldn't cost me anything. And because it shouldn't cost me anything, because I'm going to use GitHub Pages, I wanted to make sure that this whole structure will work with that. So if I were to host this myself, I could have a database behind it, and I could store people's home pages in that database, and you could have some way of fetching it or sharing it. Or none of those features are going to happen. I don't plan on doing that stuff. And maybe way down the line. Oh, actually, Freak Technic said something that I wanted to write down, right? What was that? I'm scrolling through chat. Oh yeah, local storage. Yeah. Save things to local storage so that you don't lose your page when you accidentally navigate away. Hey, Skeletos. Yeah, long time no see. I think the last time I streamed was March. I don't know, 3 months ago. I could look this up, but I don't remember when it was. It was a long time ago. Okay, so we got the basics. That was this. Get the same structure for Next.js. Oh yeah, April 1st, was it? Yeah. Regardless, still about 3 months ago, I guess. All right, so where are we at with this other index? I want to get that row structure and everything set up too, but I want this to look a little bit better. It is starting to get warm in here already. This computer, it's cooking everything. So category and link I never ended up using. Preview I did end up using. Row, I guess we could start with this. And rows were very basic. It's not a goal of mine today to make this look any better. Not today, at least. Okay, so for some reason that looked like it broke. No, it didn't. Okay, so we have add row, and then the rows themselves have add items and delete row. I wonder if we can get that basic setup again, and I wonder if we can do this in a better way. Last time you streamed was still in university. Wow, yeah, summer break for everybody, right? Oh, nice, Kahitar. Yeah, getting those credits is nice, but it kind of hooks you on the platform and then you run out of credits. Okay, so get basic row and row item structure. And maybe we'll say you can sort of add rows. So get the store and reducer set up and allow you to add rows. And make sure the code looks good for this stuff. Yeah. So I don't think I need any of these things yet. Maybe I should have 2 windows of Visual Studio Code open. I'll worry about that later. Okay, so row, let's go start with that. Let's just save this somewhere else. Save it here. We'll make a components folder, save it as row. All right, so all of this is pretty much fine. This indicates that we need Tailwind, which let's ignore that for now too. And let's make that the next thing. So set up Tailwind. Hey, Street Maniac. Yeah, check out the today command. Last time you streamed is still in Washington. Hey, yeah, actually, this is a decent time for watching. I was telling a lot of people who were in Washington, and they're like, no, 8:30 is too early. And hey, Bats. What's this water bottle? This is the normal, this is like, yeah, this is a gigantic bottle. It is 75 ounces of water. or 2.2 liters for your non-American units. No, actually, most Americans know what a 2-liter bottle is because of soda. Okay, so we got row. We're going to delete this. And this is hopefully in the new folder. Otherwise, I made a mistake. No, this is good. And then on add item, on delete, I guess we'll keep these here for now. We don't end up using an ID or anything. And then we need to go import it. So import row, got that, put it over here. This is something, actually what I should do is I should put most of the content in another file probably. Let's see what it looks like over here. You mean the right units? Don't you dare. Function, home, yeah, here it is. Okay, so what does this look like? We end up spewing a bunch of rows onto this. Oh boy. All right, what do we have? Drag and drop. This is for loading your old page that you had. This is for the rows themselves. Then we have an add row button, a bunch of color picker stuff. Okay, so we could have a rows component. I think that would make sense. Is this React? Yeah, this is in React. Hey, Crows. Yeah, what'd you miss? You missed a lot. Too much to cover. So rows, we can say, we'll call it the rows component, and then we can simplify that to just an emoji. All right, so we got to name our file rows.js. I think I am going to do this. I think this is slightly not the emoji part. I think I am going to rename it or make a new component. With that said, let's start with something a little bit more basic. So let's figure out. We're going to need to add the store for this too. Actually, we don't technically have to. We could just emit one row for now. Yeah, let's do that. There's one row. Hey, Jack, I am alive. Can components have emojis in their name? I'm actually not positive. I'm pretty sure you can have emojis in JavaScript names, so JSX should work the same way, right? Like if I said const rows emoji equals rows, invalid syntax. Oh, huh. You can't do that. What made me think you could do that? Okay, I guess you can't. Yeah, I guess they need to be probably ASCII or Unicode characters. You can use emojis in strings, that part's for sure. So if I said like A equals and then an emoji, that actually works. Then you can start doing weird stuff with like 2 lowercase and 2 uppercase. Does TypeScript make JavaScript apps better? It adds static type checking. So in a sense, it's gonna probably reduce your maintenance time if you know TypeScript and JavaScript and use TypeScript from the beginning. I've decided not to use it for this. I have a TypeScript command that kind of goes into why. I just updated that yesterday. Hey, Demon Wolf. Pretty sure you can use emojis in CSS. Yeah, I for some reason thought you could use it on the as like L values. You can use them in an object key. Yeah, but that's just because object keys are all strings. Well, except for in a map, I guess they actually can be objects. Maybe. Anyway, hey, Crazy Wolf. Okay. So we have a row, but a row tries to, actually no, it doesn't try to do anything. So we could just put some like div of hello world back in here and check this out. Okay, cool. And we have the plus and delete buttons. These don't do anything. In fact, when I click them, we probably get an error. We don't. I actually don't know why that is. I wonder if it knows that on click is undefined, so it doesn't even try calling anything. That's probably it. Hey, Wayne. Oh yeah, I should probably fix this up too, right? Highly used commands. Today, points out. Let's change this. Highly used command. Today, get info about today's stream. Anything else? No, I think that's about it. I've changed the streams so much over the last year or so. Yeah. You may want to try today out though. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Yeah, it's nice to be back, Demon Wolf. Even if this ends up just being for the next, few hours. Okay, cool. Yeah, we have a row. I think this is not enough to commit on its own. I am going to end up using all of the store stuff that I have here. So initial state of storing rows, maybe try to turn this into a proper class at some point. Hey, Ayush, nice to see you too. And hey, Sto. Yeah, so let's type that. What did I even just say? I am not paying attention to myself. Oh yeah, make a proper row class. I don't want to keep guessing at the structure of this. Yeah. You feel like your skills have improved, or are you improving from working at Google? You know, I realized, okay, so I want kind of two major things now to focus on, and it's leadership skills and tackling ambiguity. And I think those are what are going to improve. I feel like my engineering has been roughly the same level it's been at already. If someone here is very interested in your new Homepagerizer, yeah, I've been sending some videos over, although I don't know if she ended up seeing. Well, anyway, I'll hopefully have it ready by the end of this stream and I can show something off. Am I going to use Tailwind UI? No, I'm just going to use TailwindCSS. And even then, the CSS is going to be pretty minimal for today at the very least. Yeah, I know it's not a lot to say, but 3 years is a lot. Yeah. RIP Botland. Goodbye. You'll always be in our hearts. Yeah, this store thing is what I was going to do. So let's go set this up. And this all comes from React, so we just get this kind of out of the box. So initial state, we'll start with rows. And we will do our mapping of rows that we had. State.rows, yep, here it is. And we don't need anything nearly as involved as what we have here. And then I want to make a component out of all of this. So for now, we don't have any of this. Yeah, just delete it all. And then rows will have items eventually, but not currently. So let's delete all of that too. And a row is just going to be hello world. Okay, so we have initial state. That means that we need our use reducer call. Oh, which means we also need this. And I should probably set up a linter at some point, although I'm happy to do that later. I'm going to stream more now? No, unfortunately I'm not. I have not been able to work streaming in any meaningful way. And I kind of talk about that a little bit more in I think the Google command, although I can show this on stream. I'm not trying to force you to load up another page. At the bottom here of what's happening to Adam Learns, other projects. And whoa, there's a lot of people in this doc. These couple of paragraphs, I'll just kind of leave them on the screen while I ramble on about this. I have always wanted to do creative endeavors, and with streaming for the first 5 years I was doing it, I had Botland, I had Adam Learns. There was some obvious tangible thing at the end of it. Now I don't have anything I can clearly work toward on a regular schedule. And so then I have to ask myself the question, is streaming helping? And so for something like this, I think it's great to touch base with everybody, to see you all again, and to just kind of hang out and get progress done in this project. By the end of today, we'll probably have at least 10, 15 commits into this repo. And yet it won't be a lot of major forward progress. I talked about how there's going to be cleanup and maybe some new features. This we're going to make like leaps and bounds of progress on, I think, and this will maybe touch on a little. I have a hard stop at about 1 p.m. today, and it's currently 8:49, so we have plenty of time. Just trying to refer to your previous interview prep videos. Couldn't find it. Where to go? Those should be on the Adam Learns YouTube page. Let me see if I can find those for you really fast. Let me mute this. Although actually, I don't think you guys are getting any sound, and I'm not getting any sound, so I don't need to mute this. If we go to playlists, I think it's in there. Yeah, technical interview prep. So this is what you want. And I think I missed a whole bunch of other chat messages. Let me just bring this on stream for now. What else did I miss? Mostly just adding some white space and a better font, presumably. Yeah, and borders and button styles and stuff. It won't be too bad, I think, but still, that's not a goal for today at the very least. It just scrolled down. I want to still see this. It's not the dog quote I wanted. Aww. I miss those days. Cool if you can go into detail. What do you mean by tackling ambiguity? Oh yeah, sure. I can go into that a little bit more right now. So essentially, I think, imagine you're a manager. You would ideally like to get to the point where you can say to any of your employees, hey, here's a problem, go solve it. And you never need to touch base or clarify or say, okay, here's how I'd solve it or something. That's sort of an ideal case. Now, very rarely will you ever get to that point. Usually there's more communication that's needed than everything else. But in order to get to that point, to give someone a task and say, hey, I want you to go make Botland, which that's way too big a task. Maybe something like, hey, I want you to go make the chat system for the game. you would want to be able to trust the engineer to be able to research what's needed, compare options, run this by other people, communicate with any teams that are necessary. And there's a lot of ambiguity in that. And being able to cut through that is a skill in itself. So I want to get a little bit better and faster at that. And there are a lot of related skills like asking other people questions, forming the questions correctly. It's all kind of regular engineering, but I'm explicitly stating it. Hey, Loken. Okay, what else did I miss here? Homepagerizer has 0 Google results. I had a page on it a long time ago. Let me see if I can show you guys this. Oh, you'll get a kick out of this. This is from like 2008. Yeah. Oh. So the Homepagerizer started as a Python program, and look at this amazingly bad UI. So you got to pick your colors, I guess, when you started the homepage, and then you had this. This is what you used. You typed in a URL and you clicked add, and I think you couldn't even relocate what category it was in. You could make categories somehow too, and then something awful. There's some like image resizer. Oh yeah, and so this is what the page would end up looking like. There'd be a horizontal rule, a category title, and then your links that you had in there. I do not actually plan on getting images to work in this new version, and there are a couple reasons for that, but they're not super important to go over. Let me see if there's anything else I might have missed. Yeah, what is Homepagerizer answered by the today command, but nice to see you, Boo Rocks. Yeah, I'm glad a silent tree. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, if you go to adamlearns.com, you don't need to go here. You could just go to YouTube. I only ever made 3 courses. I made 2 of them completely free. So there's no catch. You could actually watch them on YouTube. You don't even need to sign up for an account over here. This third one, Dev Efficiency, is still selling a little bit. So that one's still paid. People are still getting value out of that one. And what do I do with Google? Check out the Google command. That's as good as it's going to get as far as an answer goes. And sorry about that. And who made this? This is made by the one and only Hideo. Yeah, I forgot. Nice to see you again. Hey, PWS. The more you're expected to just solve it. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I definitely agree with that. That was some old Java game. It actually was an old Java game, and then it turned into a JavaScript game. And hey, Shodron. What happened to the game? If you go to bot.land, it'll tell you a tiny bit more. Yeah, it was officially discontinued. I think there's also the postmortem command that I'll link to you. Do you have videos of you learning stuff, and are they still? Yeah, so pretty much everything is on. If you just go to YouTube and type Adam Learns, you'll find the channel, and I'll link this in the chat, of course. And then you can go to the playlist. Every video I ever made for Adam Learns is in this playlist. So it's all, oh well, except for the paid course that I said. That one course is not in these playlists. But everything else is here, and these playlists all link to unlisted videos. So for example, Learning Blender, any of these videos you won't find if you search them on YouTube. So these are not public. And the reason why is I just thought I never edited them. They're probably not what people expect. Yeah, I missed the emotes. I turned off subs a long time ago. Yep. Okay, and what is Botland hosted on? What is that hosted on? I think at this point it's just a shared host. It's just a static site. So it's some shared host. It's not even like AWS or anything. Hey, Revrox, I am doing well. I hope all of you are doing well too. It's nice to see you on this fine Saturday. Nice to hang out again. Just kind of, be here, have the same energy it used to be. It will live on. Yeah, I wore my Botland shirt for the first time in many months, just a week or 2 ago. It was a trip. Still rep your Botland hoodie? Yeah. Oh, man. And yeah, yes, it will. I'm surprised you remember this playing with scissors. The leftist link I had saved, it was something like adultlinks.png on my hard drive, and it was literally some like Ocarina of Time reference. I don't think I still have that. Yeah. Doing well, got vaccinated, nice. Yeah, actually, this made me realize how lucky we were. I live in Washington State, of course, in the US, and Washington, I think, has the highest vaccination rate of the whole US, and of course, that's sometimes drastically higher than other countries in the world. So hearing from some people saying, hey, I just got vaccinated, I think that's awesome. But yeah, like I said, we were pretty lucky here to have gotten it already. You still practice for interviews? No. I don't do this. In fact, I'm going to start giving interviews at Google. And so I needed to comb through all these different interview questions and figure out how I'm gonna ask them and get follow-ups and everything. So that'll be very interesting, I think. I'd like to be on the other side of the table and just kind of figure out what goes into it. I've only shadowed on 1 interview so far. And I'm never going to talk about interview candidates or anything like that. But I will say, as far as the process goes, it's definitely interesting. I think I still have gripes with the content of the interviews, but I think Google tries to handle it as well as they could. So that's as good as you can hope for, I guess, other than some like massive change to the entire process. Hey, Jay. Homepagerizer ads. I thought about if I were to productize this, what would I do? And I realized I just shouldn't do that. Okay, so we had the rows here, and I don't have anything in the state. I'm not even using the reducer yet, so let's go do that. We have this. We're going to paste this over here, and we don't even have the reducer yet. In fact, I don't even think I want it yet. So we'll start with this, and then for rows, how about we just have a couple of like fake row. So this will have 2 entries so that when we map over them, we get 2 hello worlds. If that worked, then kind of great. If not, then kind of not great. Oh, great. Reducer's not defined. What is wrong? I did not actually define a reducer, which is going to be a function that does pretty much nothing for right now. It's still worth defining. Yeah. And we'll just delete every single one of these cases. You've never seen a switch default statement, have you? Until now. I don't even think I've ever done that. Because there's no point in having a switch if you're going to do that. Next up is a Lodash isn't there, which is what I used for map. I'm actually debating whether I still want to use Lodash, because I could just do state.rows.map. I think I do. I use Lodash enough and whatever, it's pretty easy. So let's import Lodash and then let's go install Lodash. So npm I Lodash. How much are different expectations for interviews when you're the one being interviewed and now you'll need to interview someone? Will you ask the same question that you were preparing or have different mentality? So how are, I'm not, this is kind of a big question, I think, but how are the expectations different if that's what you're asking? Of course, as a candidate, you're being interviewed, so your expectations are flipped from what you're interviewing. So I think that's obvious enough. I'm not sure if you want me to go into more detail, but basically I need to make sure I get enough signal to be able to judge someone. So imagine if all you had was a rating of like 1 to 5, which this is not how this works. It's very involved. But imagine if all you had is a rating of 1 to 5 and you're like code binary search. And that's it. You just say that. You never talk to them again. They'll do something. Maybe they'll get stuck. And if you never nudge them or anything, you might not even have enough signal to know that they can code. Maybe they get stuck on like, well, what is binary search? How do I even know what I'm coding? And so you're like, okay, well, that's it. You're a 1. You suck. Like, so your goal as an interviewer is to steer the entire interview in a way that you get information about the candidate. And that is a skill, and you need to work on that skill. And Google recognizes that at the beginning, you're probably going to be not so great at that. And so they kind of calibrate your interview feedback according to that, I think. Is there still a lawnmower every Monday? Yeah, there is. It's missing multi-chat. Yeah, I ended up opening multiple tabs when I ever wanted this. But yeah, Yada it was sort of made, I think, with specific streamer and viewer requirements in mind, because it was made by someone who's in chat. Also, hey, Richie, scheduled an interview an intern, but it was canceled. Oh, so that would have been your first interview you'd conducted? Oh, when you apply for a job, you expect to be asked XY questions. Do you think they'll be able to predict your questions? I don't know how much I can talk about this, but let's just say the short answer is no. Yeah. I have looked at Chatterino, I think. I have something here, the quest for the perfect Twitch chat client. And so Hideo just ended up making it based on what I had here. But I looked at Mod Chat, Chatty, whatever TC is. Maybe I looked at Chatterino at some point. I'm not positive about that. But I don't really watch Twitch anymore. In the last couple of years, it has died down to a trickle of what I watch. I feel a little bad about that. Okay, so we installed Lodash and we got our couple of rows. So this is working as I expect. And now what I wanted to do is I wanted to make a rows component. And that way it can keep all of what would have gone into index. So let's save this as rows.js. And then let's look at how this looked over here. Honestly, yeah, it is kind of true. I don't really watch a lot of Twitch anymore. I switched mostly to YouTube, and I think a big reason for that, a lot of what I watch on YouTube is Hearthstone, surprisingly, and the biggest feature I use is watching at 2x speed. Oh my god, I cannot stand watching Hearthstone at anything less than 2x speed. It's such a slow game. Could use practice as the interviewee. Yeah, send me a Discord message. I can see what I can do, because I don't know if I can ask you the same question I would ask in a Google interview, but I'll have to see. You think the botline will ever be made playable again? No, I don't think so. I've thought about still, should I open source it? And I thought there's just a lot of work involved in that, unless it's literally just a code dump onto GitHub. There's a new scientific category called hot tub. Yeah, I've heard of the hot tub category on Twitch. They took even that from me. I did change my keyboard. Yeah, I'm very surprised that people recognize my keyboard enough, the sounds of it, to be able to point that out. But yes, I have switched keyboards. Okay, so what did we end up doing here? We just mapped a bunch of things and gave rows all of the functions that they would need. And these are mostly for the sake of dispatching into the reducer and using state correctly. So we could pass the state and dispatch into here. Or we could use a context for that. I'm going to go kind of the cheapo route here and pass state and dispatch in. And then we'll take what we had here and we'll just use the rows component. Oh, except for we need to pass in state and dispatch. And we don't actually need anything here as far as children go. That shouldn't be necessary. So now we can delete this. We can import rows. And we can paste this over here. And then Lodash is not going to be used from here anymore, so we'll paste that up here. And I think we should have basically exactly what we had before. So let's see. Yep, failed to compile. Unexpected token. How dare you, first of all? What did I miss? What did I mess up? Hang on, I'm not going to look at chat for a sec. I want to just see. Like I said, my React skills have basically died. Oh, I think, well, let's throw this all into a div and yeah. Cool, okay. Now the only problem is that I ended up adding a div and also that I didn't end up importing row. Import row from row. Okay, great. So we got back there. I think it can be a div. I think it's fine. And like I said, we're not gonna focus too much on styling. That's what was different. Yeah, you noticed it too? Yeah. Do Google employees use frameworks or libraries that other built, like Facebook React? They probably do. Google is such a huge company. I don't know how many employees it's up to now, but it's so many thousands of people that there are so many projects. So I can only kind of comment on what we do. And even then I have to be kind of secretive about it because of everything that's in the Google command. So anyway, the answer is probably, but I don't know for sure. No, this is not an ergonomic keyboard. This is also super heavy. It's just a regular keyboard. Oh yeah, that's right. Is that a div by default, Nexus? I forgot. Oh no, it's not a div by default. It's literally just a grouping so that React doesn't complain. I remember that. Yeah, I'll give you a point. Oh, I don't have a gift point command. Not anymore. I got to do it this way, the pleb way. So what am I using? Do you mind giving more context, Jack? I didn't really have NDAs necessarily. I'm trying to navigate this as prudently as possible, essentially. I want to make sure. I would hate to have my employment status change as a result of something I say on Twitch. That's the very diplomatic way of saying it. Also, Turo Dave. Okay, so yeah, we got this stuff. I'm pretty happy with this as a standalone commit. Yeah. Okay, so this is just set up more structure. Let's take a look through the diffs. This is always good practice, even if you seemingly know what you just did. Yep. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, so set up structure of rows, or row structure. This also introduces a reducer that currently does nothing. Can we get a referral from you? I would not refer someone unless I knew enough about them to refer them. So let me say this, at pretty much every company, if you just say something like, hey, I met someone on the internet, I'm referring them, they're going to be like, okay, because it doesn't really mean anything, right? All it means is that person got in touch with you. So in order for me to be able to refer anyone, I need to know something about them So sort of, I mean, think about it as like the behavioral questions that you might ask, and then sort of the coding and system design stuff. And in order to get a feel for this, you either work with a person, or you look at their past work, or you interview them. I mean, that's pretty much it, right? So at that point, if I were to give you a referral, I'd be doing one of these two things, because we can't just start working together right now, right? So that is asking me for quite a lot. So the short answer is I pretty much won't be giving referrals to like kind of internet people, you know. And I say this nicely. You might be great at what you do and everything. I just can't verify that. When I refer to Hideo, oh yeah, 100% for sure. But that's what I was saying. Like, it's work with someone was one of those items, and I've worked with Hideo, and I've seen enough of Hideo's work as well to be able to refer him without saying like, okay, so what would you do in this situation or something? What switches? I'm using Gator on Browns. By the way, for anyone who's kind of new to the stream, first of all, don't bother following me. I'm not going to be streaming frequently at all. Second, get used to this structure of I'm going to be talking more than I'm probably going to be coding, which is why you shouldn't follow. And hey, Reggie. Yeah, back for the first time in a while. Let me see if I missed anything else. You can do it. Technically, I did say that, and about you and everybody. What path can you give to get a job at Google? So here's what I could tell you about is I have this interview prep blog post that tells you my exact process. In addition to that, you can see all of the unedited videos of me preparing for an interview. Granted, I don't think anyone wants to watch whatever this is, 120 hours of stuff, but like that's the process I went through, and I got job offers at Amazon and Google. I'm not saying if you repeat all these same steps, it'll work for you. There's quite a lot that goes into it. There's some luck that goes into it. It's a kind of soul-crushing process, to be honest, which is why I said I'm not so happy about the content of interviews, but at least the structure is sound. What do you think about Windows 11? I actually have not seen a whole lot about it yet, so I can't comment on that. I have to write 50 pages for my last work. Oh my God, Sinu. Also, why is that perfect timing? Are you saying you're going to have me out in the background, or you're going to procrastinate by watching? Planning to make videos working on project ideas. Do you think I should stream me working, or should I make videos of me working and post them after the fact? Whenever something like this comes up, I think it's just try things out and see what works. And specifically with this, what you could do is you could do Twitch streams that then get edited into YouTube videos. And that's a pretty good route to go, because you can find out what's working without doubling your effort. But I think with any of these endeavors, it's kind of like a marketing and visibility. I wrote a blog post on what do I call this? Oops, what am I typing? Learn. That's not a command. All right, blog dev, this one, yeah, this command. So take a look at this. This talks about why you would want to stream yourself developing live. And the thing that I say here that I try to give everyone is you've got to figure out your goals. Did I write this explicitly? Yeah, I guess set expectations. Anyway, check out this blog post. This is going to have most of my advice that I haven't already just said aloud right now. You ever shared which engineer grade you were? At Google, yeah, I did. I shared it's L5. Couldn't run a bot on it to make a video summary of all 150 plus hours. I mean, yeah, I guess so. The summary, if you were to do that, would just be the blog post, the interview prep one. You see more tan. I probably, it's been super sunny here. Hey, M. Perry. I noticed you. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on in chat right now. And I'm also thinking about how I've done almost nothing in the last like 10 minutes. And hey, eSense, nice to see you too. Okay, so we got that. We got the basic structure. So row is done. We got this. So adding rows and row items are not done. So let's go do that stuff. Last is that being added automatically? Okay, so add row item and allow you to add rows. We do the allow you to add rows part right now. Let's go over to that. So add row, here it is, and this is just a button that's on the home page. We could put this directly into the rows component. I think that's fine. So this has dispatch and action of add row. So now we need a proper action and potentially action creators. I think what we'll do is we'll put our actions because here they are. It's create a new one, which by the way, I needed some util class. I should probably go make that too. And then if I had action creators, yeah, I think I want to do that. I wonder if that's what even people still do anymore. Hey, Dr. Bopinik. No, there's not going to be any server-side rendering for this. There's not going to be like a proper server to server-side render this. It's just going to be statically served on GitHub pages. Welcome. The Windy thing I'm saying. I played through like 90% of Windy's game. And then those last few achievements, I feel like they're going to take a very long time. So yeah, let's look this up. React, use reducer, and what are they called? Action creators? I probably had this written down for a long time ago through my Redux notes. Action creator, wow, yeah. Jeez, I'm surprised I even remember that term. Use typed action creators. This is from 2019. I want to know if people still do this today. Wrangling, use reducer, that's 2019 as well. Ultimate guide, the ultimate guide. Okay, so do people use action creators? Ah, okay, I guess so. Yeah, well, anyway, I would have done it regardless, probably, unless there was some new fancy way of doing things. Do you miss using OneNote? Yeah, I do. I use Google Docs for basically everything now. And it's not too bad. There are some benefits. Also, something that for some reason the Windows OneNote never fixes. You can't double click and drag to select words. In literally every other application, if I double click and drag, I selected the word boundary. And in OneNote, they've just never coded that. And it's been that way since like 2013. Is it too late to get a job? No. I think the answer to is it too late to get a job, regardless of your age, is no. For software engineering, let me say. For other jobs, yeah, you probably can't be a pro skater at like even 70. I said even 70, but the age of being a pro skater is probably much lower than that. Tony Hawk is what, 50 something, and I think he's not trying any like totally crazy tricks anymore. If you're using use reducer, I would just use Redux Toolkit. What's this? What's this? Values included toolset for efficient Redux development. Oh, this is for Redux, right? Because I'm just using use reducer. I think we're only going to need one reducer. And I don't think we'll have anything async on here anyway. I think I'll stick with this, but thank you, Above Siegel. I do appreciate that. Yes, you know, I've just dashed your dreams. Pro skater at 70. Kind of a tricky situation, but it's a bit long, not too long. Would you be able to give advice, or should I post on Discord? Probably post on Discord. If it fits within one Twitch message, I can chime in now. But yeah, probably post on Discord. You just remaster your games. Yeah. Did you check out Redux Toolkit? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the overall point of this is like, even with all the work I've done over the last week, here are all the actions I have. And it's probably not going to get too much crazier. Hey, Brett Tim. Significantly hard to get a job directly at Google. You need some stepping stone companies. I think that's one of the things at Google, at least. There's very little that goes into your history as an engineer. So other companies, from what I've seen, like Amazon cares a little bit more about your history, whereas Google cares about what's the now. What can you do for us? And when I say for us, I mean I'm quoting them. I don't see myself as part of this like sort of hive mind. And that's pretty nice in some ways. And in other ways, it's not so nice. Like at Amazon, I could say like, hey, I worked on Botland. This is proof that I've done something kind of big, that I know what I'm talking about. And at Google, it was like, there was pretty much no opportunity to talk about that. And the system design interview wasn't like, well, here's what I've done in the past. It was like solve this problem now. us. Do I feel comfortable? I feel more comfortable now. I still feel like things are going very slowly. And as an engineer, I expect a certain amount of sort of agility and just kind of competency in my work. And I don't feel I've hit that stride yet. And when I say slowly, I'm comparing to before Google and also versus my coworkers. So I think my coworkers are moving a little bit faster at sort of the same level of work that I might be given. And some of that's to be expected, right? I've been there for, actually today is exactly 8 months. So it's been 8 months working there. And that's still new-ish. Company is funding a lot of training for me, so I feel like I'd be betraying my current company. I don't think you should worry about this too much. I mean, if you just started, let's say 1 month ago, yeah, maybe then it seems like a little bit of a betrayal. But I think there's a certain amount of time, and usually that time is like, if you really want to cut it close, 6 months. But for most people, it's going to be like 12 to 18 months. If you've been there for at least that long, and you're communicating well enough that like, hey, I'm thinking about this move, or I'm going to be leaving in 2 weeks, and that's just business. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you're at the 1 month mark, yeah, then I think it's a little bit of a jerk move. You were at 100 to 500 lines per day. Now it's 100 lines per week. Yeah, and there's a big reason for that too. So for anyone reading this who might be like, oh, this is a problem, it's like there's a lot of layers on top of what you might be doing for a smaller company or for yourself. You got promoted like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I still think it sort of fits into the it's just business. Like for you to, most companies that I've heard of, for you to get promoted means that you need to have been doing that job. And if you're already doing that job, that means you've been providing value at that level of promotion, so that now they finally bumped your pay. If anything, they'd probably be happy that right after, sorry, this is a gross exaggeration. Never mind. I was going to say they'd probably be happy because they don't have to pay you with the new rate, even though you were doing that work for X amount of time. Do you like Golang? Yeah, I like it well enough. I still kind of, I don't know, I miss some stuff about other languages. But in general, I think it's fine. I still am not super comfortable with it. I have not been writing nearly as much code as I've been writing. Like even in this last week, I've written whatever it is, 1,000, 1,500 lines of JavaScript code just for this project. But yeah, I don't write that much Go code now. I'd be thankful I didn't put time into someone that was thinking about going away. Yeah. Okay, let's get these actions. I'm gonna go make a new few files. First of all, where did I put create enum? I made a misc folder, and that doesn't even have it. Where did I put this? Where did I put this? Oh, I just defined it right here. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. We'll go make that misc folder. So that'll go here, misc, and we'll make a util. I think it's okay. Well, I could just make, no, I'll just do this for now. And let's copy this in along with my cool comment that I had. Neat. So there's that. And then we want to make a constants.js. Or no, we'll call it actions. Yeah. And then we'll export default. Where are those actions? The only thing I want for right now is add row. So we'll delete all of this. There we go. And then in order to get this, we need to import create enum from /util. And then over in util, we need to make sure that this was exported, which it wasn't. What's my words per minute? Still got the WPM command. Check it out. The no one's ever been happy. Wow, Ember, thanks for that resub. Oh man, 8 months. Could I solve one interview question? I don't plan on doing this with a stream today, so sorry about that. But if you wanted to see that sort of thing, do check out the interview prep command, because you can watch roughly like 80 hours of me doing that. It's not going to be too significantly different from how I would approach it right now. Yeah, let me see if I missed anything else in chat. Okay, yeah. Advocated for cloud backups, was shot down so much. Oh yeah. Yeah, Turbo Dave, I remember you sharing that on Discord. That was a big shame. You basically saved the company. So I think the way you have to do this, if I'm not mistaken, because it's a const, is this way. Yeah. All right, so now we have the actions. Now I want to be able to dispatch them. So we're gonna go make an action creator. Action creators. How do I want to do this? Debating on whether I want to use an underscore or not, because I'm not going to actually be exporting anything called action creators. Let's do it that way. I think it's fine. I'm not super concerned about this. All right, so export function, we're going to make something like add row here, and it's going to return type. We need to import actions from actually this. Yep, there we go. So type is going to be actions.add row. We don't just auto complete that. No, yeah. Oh, right, we don't, because it doesn't know that it's part of an object there. Yeah, that's pretty good. And we don't actually have any text, so I guess let's just, well, no. Let's copy what we did in add row over here. This took in, oh, just a blank row. Okay, so then never mind. We can omit that. How's life at Google? It's going pretty well. And hey, Wanakis, I think I'm finally hitting a point where I can do some things outside of Google that I've wanted to do. So for example, working on this project has just been for the last week. I think that's been pretty nice. But there have been some other sort of projects in the works. There's one that's been a little bit of a secret that I wanted to share with you guys, but I'm not totally sure where it's going to end up. So maybe it was a good thing I didn't share. All right, so now that we have this, our reducer is currently sitting in index. I don't think it should be here. Yeah, I don't think it should be here. So let's go make a new file for that too, reducer.js, and then copy this over to there, and then import our reducer, misc reducer. Sounds good, cool. All right, so this is looking decent. Now we just need to do the magic formula. Done. Okay, so import actions from actions. And I think we're pretty much good. So now I think the add button should work. We don't have an add button. Add row, copy, paste. Oh wait, no, we do. I put it in the rows component. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so I think all this will work. I want to use the action creator and not the action. And also this isn't going to make any sense. So let's just delete this and turn it into that. And see what we got. Fail to compile. Sounds good. Okay, so what happened here? Can't resolve misc reducer. Where did I save that? Misc reducer. Sounds fine to me. And this is up a directory. There we go. And now what? I'm guessing I did the same thing somewhere else. What happened? Assert is not defined. Oh, in create a new. Yeah. Also, this uses Lodash. It uses assert. Does it use anything else? No, I don't see anything. Okay, let's try that. Nice. Okay, so now I click add row and it breaks. Excellent. Reducer is not a function. Yeah, so we'll figure that out too. Am I excited for Windows 11? I think it'll be interesting. I don't know anything about it really. I like the idea of an upgrade, and all I know is that it's changed the look a little bit. So I'm interested. How many years have I been coding for? I've got a sort of command to sort of answer that there that I linked in. The short answer, yeah, so for anyone who's wondering, because if this is ever on YouTube, you won't be able to see the answer. There it is. What's Homepagerizer? Yeah, check out the today command. And thank you for the welcome back. Did I miss anything else? I don't think so. I don't know if I said hi to you though, Goose. Hi, Goose. And hey, Unknown. All right, I think I'm caught up. So I am trying to use a reducer from somewhere that I shouldn't be, apparently. Just trash talking to each other? Okay. Do carry on. Don't let me interrupt. Each child in list should have a unique unique key. Okay, cool. So let's take this. Key equals row num for right now. And how are we looking there? That was just a warning though, I think. I think there's some other issue that's going on. Also, it keeps printing out of rows. Reducer not a function. Yeah, so where's that coming from? Update reducer. First, let's look over here. Oh, I never exported. Export default function. There we go. Finally normalize the UI. Yeah, that's been going on for a while. I still have to bounce between certain sound settings. Okay, so we got add row working. The important thing, okay, so obviously for anyone who's watching from the beginning, I already had this working to begin with. So you might be wondering, why are you doing any of this? And I want to structure this better now that it's going to be in a public GitHub repo. So add row is already working. We got this now. So cool, there's that. We'll slowly work our way through all the different commands. So that was allow you to add rows. So let's go clean that up and then maybe allow you to delete rows. Do we need anything else from here? Not yet, we don't. Also, it's getting very hot. I'm gonna need to turn on the AC for anyone who, oh, I closed it. I closed it. Anyway, it's like 100 degrees Fahrenheit today, which is too much. Too much indeed. Okay, let's take a look. So what can we clean up here? So this is, oh right, the action creator. I never ended up using that. So we want to import, how do we do this? Add row from action creators. And then instead of this, we just say add row. Neat. All right, I think that's pretty good. We could also use callback for this. Is that kind of the proper way of doing things here? I feel like it is. Use callback equals, or what framework am I using? I'm using React and Tailwind. I think the today command talks about that stuff. Right? Let's see. No, it doesn't. Okay, then how about this? Let's go edit the... Why is this not working? What's going on? Ecom stack. Adam is using JavaScript, React, and TailwindCSS for Homepagerizer. Does the keyboard sound different? Yeah, it is different. And good ear. All right. Hey, Mario. And Miguel. Remember how I was talking about living in Washington? I think I already told you I moved to the coast of CA. The weather here is amazing. Oh, nice. I don't know if you told me you moved to the coast. But that's pretty good. You had me excited at first because you're like, you know how you said I'm moving, or we talked about moving to Washington? And I was like, PogChamp question mark? But that does not work. No longer a Microsoft shell. What operating system am I using, M. Perry? Which one is it? Is it Apple Windows? Is it Google Linux? I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, the whole use callback thing from React. React should be capitalized. I'm not even sure if this is how you should do things. And in fact, you know what? Let's just delete this for right now. This is something I can always change later. So now this isn't being used, and let's go test that out. So we should just be able to still click add row, and it should still add rows. That clearly didn't work. Delete Bill Gates' number. We're no longer best buds. I have a new best friend. Okay, now unrecognized action type. So I am pretty sure I can just follow this through and figure out what went wrong here. So actions.add row is coming from here. Add row looks good. And that means that our action creator might not be calling add row correctly. Actions.add row. No, this looks fine. So let's just put a breakpoint here and find out what's going on. Yeah, no need to pre-optimize for anything like that. I agree. I think that's not too bad, at least. I mean, sure, it'll make a new function every render, but it's a pretty basic function. That is unusual. That's unusual because it should have called into this function, and it seemingly didn't even make it there. I guess let's put a breakpoint here, too. I don't plan on applying any part of brain power to any of this. I'm just going to let the debugger tell me here's what I did wrong. So we click the button, we go over to here, we look, is dispatch defined? It is add row defined? It is, except that it's a module, which means I did this incorrectly, which means I must have exported it as, no, that's unusual. Looks like it's correct. Module, add row is not defined. That's just an oddity though, I think. I don't think there's actually a problem there. Yeah, it looks like I messed this up. Huh. And yet I am not actually sure what I did wrong. Because I did the same thing. Let's go take a look at util. Util is here. Create a enum. Create a enum was used from actions. I did it the same way. Yeah. What did I mess up then? Huh. No, I don't see anything wrong there. And what we know is that this is not a function apparently, so when it tries calling this, it's gonna fail, right? Oh no, it did dispatch. Oh, I gotta call it, right, of course. I'm sure chat is saying that. Did I miss anything? First, the keyboard, OS, code editor, search engine. I'm still using Bing, I'm still using Windows, I'm still using Visual Studio Code. So there are 3 Microsoft products. Chat's distracted. Chat's talking about being a Microsoft shill. Is it better to just import actions and call it that way? Seems like it would do the same, but save on some boilerplate. You mean dispatch a type of, like basically you're saying this action creator is not very interesting? So this is done for consistency in my mind. I'd rather have action creators for everything, even the basic ones, just so I don't have to type out type or import actions from somewhere. Yeah, you heard correctly, Bing. Yeah, TypeScript would complete it. Yeah. I beat you to it, Rami. Take that. Okay, cool. So we got this working again, and now we did it in sort of the correct way. So let's go back to our diffs and make sure everything looks good here. I think this is pretty good. Sounds good to me. Oh, we can delete those fake rows from index now too. So we go over to here and we go to this and delete. Not too shabby. Okay, so it looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. This I am going to change slightly to just look like this. Use string interpolation instead of string concatenation. I think that's fine. All right, util, I just copy pasted that anyway. And we're looking good here. Okay, good. So what's important about this is I want to keep index pretty light, and we've done that. So what do I actually do now? Let's go sum that up. Allow for adding rows, yeah. Allow for adding rows. Cool. Next is allow you to delete rows. Pretty much the same thing. We're going to add this into actions. Too bad this isn't already aligned nicely, so I could have just pasted that in. Good. Although it just got auto-formatted back anyway. Whatever. What terminal am I using? Yeah, I do have a command. There we go. Why do I not use React Toolkit? I'm not actually sure what React Toolkit is. I know I typed it wrong. Is it React Toolbox or is it actually called React Toolkit? React Toolkit. Official opinionated batteries included toolset. Wait, is the Redux Toolkit? Did they rename it at some point? No, I just clicked the wrong link. Did I? Yeah. So why am I not using it? I'm going to be making a very, very simple app. I'll write myself a note to look into this a little bit more later. My goal is kind of translate this one-to-one for right now. So let's write that on tasks. Look into this. Did I not copy a link? What does it matter with me? Copy link. Look into this Redux toolkit. There we go. Yeah. All right, so delete. Let's go back to our index. Did I close it? I did. Yeah. Okay, so this is how delete worked. It's also very nice for TypeScript. Yeah, I will take a look at it at some point. My general goal, so goal for today is like get the code to a clean point, and then it's a kind of a stretch goal to add some features here, and maybe we can get to that point. I kind of doubt it because it's been what, an hour and 17 minutes and I've done very little. That's how streaming works. And then the goal for the next week is kind of get this to be usable. So I think it's doable. I don't think we're too far off. Am I streaming tomorrow? No. Just today, my wife happens to be hiking right now with a friend of hers, and so since she was busy, I thought, okay, I can stream and not like take away time from us. Yeah. Is it necessary to practice for longer than 6 months to apply for a FANG company? No, in fact, there are some people who just go apply and they get the job. It's all a question of how comfortable are you, and I guess how knowledgeable are you. You could be very comfortable in your knowledge and turn out to be lacking in every area, and the level of comfort doesn't matter then. But comfort does impact your interview. You don't want to be nervous. You want to know kind of how things are going, and knowledge, of course, impacts the interview. You need to know what you're talking about. Right now, I'm actually understanding. Nice, Black Sox. Nice. What's the purpose of this project? I'll show you really fast. So I've had this homepage, which you've likely seen since you've watched a stream, and it's just static links. There's nothing special about it. You can click Firebase, it'll take you to Firebase. And so the goal of this project is to get to what you see here. I'll show you really fast. Downloads here. So this is what this looks like that I'm currently translating into better code. So it's a tool for setting this up. So if you're ever like, oh man, I go to Facebook all the time, let's set a keyboard shortcut. So you click this, you type F, and now there's a keyboard shortcut for Facebook, and then you'd be able to save this and load this up in your own browser, set this as your home page, and now when you press F, it will go to Facebook. So I was getting in the way of hacking the mainframe. I told my wife when I was gonna start, I think it was when I was gonna start, I'm like, here's my plan for tonight. I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna shower, I'm gonna turn into Hacker Man. And yeah, I set the lights. Here's Hacker Man. Regular mode. So I got this little vibe going on here. Put on my headphones and just started typing away. Work mode. Yeah. Okay, deleting a row. Actions, we've got that. Action creators. Delete row takes in something. What does it take in? It takes in the row number. Row num, and what do we call that? We call that row num. Makes sense. You know what I did, EJ? I wrote a web server. So Google has a proxy, so that even working from home, I can't access things like 192.168.star.star. And so what I did is on my Raspberry Pi, I wrote a little web server, and that web server connects to my Wemo and my Hue lights, and that way I can press Hyper F12 and toggle my lights. I can't do that on my Windows machine because I don't work from Windows, but I set all this up there. So yeah, right before a meeting, I just press that keyboard shortcut, and then blam, the lights change. And nobody knows. Okay, so now we have the action creator. Now we need this in the reducer. Cool. Anything I'm missing here? I don't think so. I don't see anything I'm missing. Yeah, I think this is fine. And then we just need to call this. So the delete needs to be hooked up. What is a hyper key? Hyper is a shortcut for super, alt, control, and what's the other one? Shift. So every modifier key is what hyper is. A traffic save analyzer? No, man. That's pretty involved. No. Have your coworkers mentioned your event? No. Left just hasn't started working for Google yet, so no one's cared. All right, so now we go over to row. Row can have delete. We can't dispatch this directly, and I guess this is the problem with what I'm trying to do here, is that now I need to pass in an onDelete function. And so rows passes in onDelete into here. So we say onDelete equals delete row. And then delete row needs to know its own row number. So like that. Add delete. And I think that should be it. Let's go try that out. So now if I click delete, maybe if I click harder, maybe if I manifest that I want the row to be deleted and then click. Well, we've debugged everything. Let's see what's going on here. It's possible that I am not passing something in. What would that be? Oh, I'm not dispatching, that's why. Okay, now we delete. The whole page went away. Do you have a weirdly high quality audio and video setup? Yeah, slightly. Some people have gotten key lights just for the sake of their work meetings at this point. But yeah, I got a comment the other day from a coworker of mine saying, wow, your audio is really good. Do you have a pop filter and a microphone? A pop filter on your microphone? I'm just on autopilot all the time, so just don't listen to the words coming out of my mouth. Look at the expressions on my face. If I'm happy, you'll see me smiling. That's it. I haven't used Redux, just went through the docs lightly. How does one manage a large number of actions in the reducer? I don't presume you let the switch statement grow indefinitely. You make other reducers. So this is what happened for Botland. If we go to here, public, React, JavaScript, React and Redux, you'll see reducers. So this is, I mean, I know my camera's covering some of them, but you can see there's reducers for a whole bunch of different things. So if we open up something like inventory.js, you'll see that the state for just the inventory is inventory stuff. And then the actions are just things that modify that, of course. What is a reducer? So this is something, if you, let me see if I can link to something here, because I've been asked this question a lot, and I wonder if I wrote a note that'll... it's Redux terminology for something that reduces the state. And I'll see if I can find you a better... Yeah, here we go. So this should answer a little bit more of your question here and kind of how they're used. I'll show you what's going on here. So this is the structure of a reducer that I have. When you add a row, you're basically saying, how should my state change? And so you're returning a new state. You're not modifying the original. And that plays into some of the overall philosophy of Redux, which is you're always dispatching a new state. And that way, what's nice is you can sort of go back in time by just playing back other states. So at any given time, this state represents what your application should look like. How'd you make it so when you type S, it opens up VS Code? That is, I think, pretty basic of a command that I have here. More s.cmd. Yeah. So it's just start in the path of VS Code. And I used S because a long time ago I used Sublime. And since then, it's just been muscle memory where S is whatever editor I use. So on some cases, it opens Vim. Some places, it opens VS Code. Yeah. All right. So what was I doing? I was trying to figure out why I broke this. Why would I do such a thing? Cannot read property row num of undefined. Okay. So that is likely coming from here. We have row num for that. So then delete row might not have it. Can I F12 into this thing? I can. Haha. Okay, that is being passed incorrectly. So then it must be in the action that I've messed up. Row num equals action. No, that should be fine too. So the only thing I could think of, I can't think of anything. Okay, then let's try this. Let's just put a breakpoint here and see if row num is being read incorrectly. Yeah, I would get types. Yeah, exactly. I know I would. So I already wrote all this code. I did not expect to kind of rewrite it all now. I should have just written it up in the beginning. Row num is defined for this. And so the object that we get out of this should be fine too. Okay, let's just pause on breakpoints then. Fail to construct URL. Okay, let's not pause on breakpoints. Let's put this in the reducer and just print out the action. Is there any way I could have messed something else up here? Oh, I don't think so. S for Scode editor. Yep. Sublime VS Code. All right, what's the action look like? It has row num. Okay, what? I must have messed something else up then. Oh, selected item. Oh my god. Yeah, this is a concept I didn't actually show off because I forgot about it. You can click something and it'll select it because I was originally planning on having this act differently. And then I decided not to. So this concept of selected item shouldn't even exist. So we should just delete this. So all of that was a big red herring. The other thing I think I want to write down, at least over here for appearance, is maybe only allow one tooltip to be open at a time and increase the width of the open tooltip so that you can see more of the link you're typing. Yeah. Ban Turbo Dave. If only there were 7 mods in here. Please nobody ban Turbo Dave. Any last words? So selected items should just be gone. All this stuff I think should be fine. Oh, and this can be deleted. Cool, cool. Let's try it out. Cannot, yeah, there we go. Nice, okay. So we have the ability to delete rows now. Hooray. Hey, Dota. Yeah, so many swords. I know. Just keep adding mods. There's one other channel I've been in on Twitch quite a lot where I saw probably more mods than I have, and it's Zosti's channel. He's got like 1 billion mods. And I have not seen a lot of moderation, so I think it's kind of like mine in that it was before VIP was a thing. In order to give someone a status symbol, you had to make them a moderator, which gave them unthinkable power. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Allow for deleting rows. Mod everybody. Just let people go crazy for a day. It's like the purge, but different because you can't actually mod other moderators. What's that blue image you use for an avatar on Google Docs? Oh, it's a popsicle. Let me see if I can find a better picture of it really fast. Where would I locate this? Yeah, here it is. So yeah, you can see the popsicle stick here, but this is some popsicle I ate in like 2007, and I just like this picture. I just think it's funny. Yeah, it's Sonic. but it looks like he's aware that he's being eaten. Someday I'll have another one of those popsicles and can take a higher resolution picture. Thought it was a plushie toy. Yeah, people probably think I'm like a super huge Sonic fanboy or something because I use this on GitHub. I use this, I don't know, on Gmail as well. And I'm not actually all that into Sonic. Like, it's okay. Yes, CV. I'm a VTuber in my secret YouTube channel. All right, so row item was next, and row item actually contains some of what we want, but there's too much of what we want here. So we're gonna start this out as something pretty basic. Yeah. Just an ice cream fan, that's true. No, Turbo Day, please keep the Sonic themed birthday party going. I'll get in the room and you'll be like, well, that was a nice birthday party. And I'm like, wait, why was it so short? And you're like, gotta go fast. I'll be here all day, folks. At least for another couple hours. Okay, so let's go make row item. If it's any wonder why I said no one should follow me, it should be blindingly obvious now. All right, so we'll come up with a text in the URL. Let's slowly form these things up. A lot of this can be reformed. In fact, maybe we should delete all this stuff. Most of it. Oh, I gotta add in Tailwind. I never actually did that. Set up Tailwind. Yeah. Okay, so then delete this for right now. And we're gonna need to add in spacing on row item and row. How long is your wife's hike? I'm not actually sure. I don't know how long the hike is gonna be, and I also don't know where it is. So I don't know how long it's gonna take for her to get back. Did I dress up for stream, or is Google changed? No, I mentioned this a while ago. I sort of rebranded myself, and this was in, I think, February of 2020, and it was button-up shirts, and it was shaving no less frequently than Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I don't know if I even phrased this correctly, but regardless, it's like you're not going to see me with a full beard or anything. She forgot the picnic blanket. Yeah, I did phrase that correctly. Okay, so there is add item here. I think that's fine. I think we'll just kind of keep this pretty basic for right now. So we don't have a class, we don't have an onClick, we don't have a ref. We just have span with text. You can't even click it. Yeah, so that's good. We can put on add item here. These things will all be deleted. Part of me wonders if I should just have copy pasted everything and then pruned it down. Yeah, that might have been a better idea. Oh, well, whatever. We're already in this. Who cares if I throw away 4 hours of my life? Have you ever grown out your beard? Not really. I've gone like 2 weeks without shaving before. I don't like it. Yeah. Hey, Riff Tracks. I've been doing well. How about you? And hey, Coded On. Same question. Okay, go. You shave for every Zoom meeting. It's 12:30, gotta shave. Oh, it's 1:30, gotta shave. That would be quite a schedule. Okay, so we have row item. Rows is going to use row item. Makes the sense. But the problem is that I don't remember what this looks like. So here it is. And we would use a row, and then each row would have the row items. So that means that rows need to know their content. So they need any other part of state. There's this bit about selected item. I don't care about that. Have I copied everything? Yeah. So this is what I want. Close out of that thing. I don't care about this. Row item. Where else do we use state? Let me just look at that. Listening for hotkey, last pressed hotkey. So we should really just pass the state into rows. This is where I should definitely do something different at some point. I'll write that down on my list as well. What else? We'll say like coding improvements. So there was this. We'll move these both up to here. And I want to say What was it on my mind? Oh yeah. Don't pass state around everywhere. Use what is it called? A context/provider. I think so. I don't know. Maybe the Redux toolkit will do that for me. Yeah, maybe Redux toolkit does something like this. I'm not sure. Do they have a band? Maybe they do. They've been producing music this whole time. Yeah, RiffTracks, if you check out the today command, you'll see what I'm working on, which I know Endorn already did. But glad to hear you're doing great. Let's see if Codedon also answered. No. Oh, such a simple question. How are you doing? I don't write in JavaScript at work, no. Yeah, post in the admin channel that you're going to post on Discord, that you're going to type the command. Okay, I gotta turn on the AC. Yeah. Let me turn on my camera for a sec. Okay. Time to open the window. Let my neighbors hear me. Okay, so you will be able to hear kind of a, I don't know, like an effect on my voice. It's the noise cancellation. Okay, so I tested this beforehand. Hopefully it's not too bad. This is a test of typing and talking. This is just me talking. Is it bearable? The compressor just kicked on. So like, again, I know you can hear this. I know it's not perfect, but it is so hot in this room right now. Am I at work? No. And what am I writing in at work? I'm writing in Go and some Python. Okay, totally fine, yeah. Yeah, so I lasted for 1 hour, 36 minutes without AC. But like I said, it's going up to 99 degrees today. And that's Celsius, so I'll be boiling when I walk outside. I'm not using clicky switches. They do sound clicky, but they're Gatoron Browns, which are tactile but not clicky. Hey, Raimo, good to see you. We're starting to get more of the US folks in here. So, Alcazar, these are the kinds of things you should Google rather than typing into stream chat. I'm obviously joking about that. It's in Celsius. But yeah, 99 degrees Fahrenheit. It's like, what, 40-ish Celsius? I don't know. Yeah, they do sound kind of clicky. Yeah, they are unlubed. 99 F2 Celsius. Okay, never mind. Not 40, 37. But it's going up to 110, which is 43, 44. Yeah. It's going up to 110 on Monday, not today, thankfully. But yeah, super hot. Super, super hot. It's like that game, super hot. Okay, so row item, I wanted to use, we just added this, and now rows. Do I have, yeah, I do have a row. Okay. So I guess row, we should also pass the state and dispatch to for now. State, dispatch. And then we're gonna map a bunch of row items. Cool. Row item. Row item is just gonna figure everything out for itself. Immersion. It's the best way to learn React for a person that already knows Node pretty well. I think React's documents are really, really good. So if you look at their getting started guide, this is probably gonna be amazing. Every time I've looked at this, I think it's been really helpful. They've got, they maintain it. They've got a lot of examples. So I suggest just starting with this. And then, of course, if you like to learn a certain way, maybe YouTube videos or something, yeah, you can always try that. We're spending hundreds of dollars on ergonomic keyboards. I don't think you need to spend hundreds of dollars. I was using a Microsoft ergonomic keyboard before this, and that was, I'm just gonna estimate, I don't know, like 60. And I thought that was great. I used that for practically 5 years. Actually, longer than that. I used that for like 10, I don't know. Anyway, I use it for a long time. And yeah, so they don't need to be anything too crazy. You don't need to get like an Ergodox or something. I'm in Washington, yeah. 100% rain in England. Yeah. Okay, so we got row item. Row item was supposed to have some of these things. So we had IDs. For now, I guess we make these item numbers, and I'll write that down too. Make row item IDs into proper IDs with unique ID. And then did I ever do anything differently with rows? It's not mechanical, you're correct, yeah. Yeah, if you do on a mechanical ergonomic keyboard, you do end up spending a good amount more money than that. So I guess it all depends on what you like. Okay, what are we doing for this? No, just row num is all we use. Oh, because rows can't be rearranged? I guess that's fine. Yeah. Okay, let's keep chugging. What else do we have here? So item num, row num, this stuff's all fine. We can pass in an ID. So this for now will just be, let's do it this way. This is definitely weird. Those will be replaced by proper IDs eventually. Then we have a bunch of things I don't care about, followed by probably other things I don't care about. We never pass in the state, right? No. But I feel like when we dispatch some of these, I'll think about this when I get to it. Mentioning US people coming in, actually maybe want to ask this. I'm assuming you stream rather early in the morning for most. Did that affect your viewership and did it matter? Okay, so my original stream schedule was 8:40 until 4:40 for 4 days a week. So when you stream for an 8-hour chunk, you're gonna hit EU for the first part of it and then US for the next part of it. That's generally how it worked, at least for me. So if you can only stream for, let's say, like 3 hours at a time, you pretty much just need to, you'll just get an audience and that'll be fine. But yeah, did it affect my viewership? It's really hard to say. I think there are so many variables on viewership. And colorful braces, that's probably my, where do we have this here? Yeah, that's an extension I have. Also, wow, nice keyboard. Let me see if I have this. I think this blog post has what it is. It's probably called like bracket pair colorizer, or yeah, rainbow brackets. This work? Yeah, that's an extension in VS Code. It's called To Do Plus. Yeah, it's one of these two things. I think it might be this. Assigns a color. Yep. It's this one, and I like it. I think it's pretty nice. Also, I'm just a fan of lots of colors, I guess. Okay, so we got some of what I need for row item. This did not need what I had there. Okay, anything else? On click is on add item. I don't have an on add item call, and I don't think we're gonna work on that just yet. So add row item and allow for adding new row items. It's Calowers. God, that clip. Never forget that. The one Raimi linked in. If you haven't seen that already, it's a good clip. Okay, I am dragging my feet. I know I'm dragging my feet. Let's just see where we are right now. And let's close all these other tabs. Okay, yeah, so we've broken everything. I say we pretty heavily here. It was really you guys who broke things, but I'm trying to be a little bit nice about it. So let's find where this happened. Yeah, item num is not used because we don't have an item number yet. We need to map over these. Good and good. And this should be a return, although I don't actually really need the braces, but whatever, we'll just type return for right now. And then item num is only if there's something in the row, which nothing can be in the row to begin with. So technically this would work, but it's not going to do anything. So let's make it work a little less technically and a little bit more officially and just type the number 5 here. Perfect. So let's see if that works. Yeah, you still have points, you just can't really do anything with them. All right, so we click add row, we get 2 plus buttons. Why is that? Well, this is where we need something to go look at the state. So let's say global.state equals state. This is just for debugging. Then we go over to here and we look at state.rows. Oh, because you can add items. No. What did I? Why are there 2 of these? Is that what happens in this too? I just refresh the page and click add. No, I only end up with 1. Oh, I have 2 items. Oh, never mind. I forgot. Okay, great. It's working. If I say it's working, then it's working. So then this part's fine, and we need the ability to add an item. So let's go work on that now. So technically this part's good. Add row item. Add item? What do I call this? Add item before and add item at end of row. Why do I ever use this one? This doesn't really answer my question. The row can add it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I need that same thing over here. So let's go type a bunch of boilerplate. There's that. Oh, I don't have a page down key on my keyboard anymore. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so next would be this. And make new text item we don't have. So yeah, there's quite a lot I'm gonna have to do here. Now, where does make new text item come from? Make new text item. Yeah, so this is fine. But this would go into this file for right now. This should definitely be moved. Yep, so here, make a proper row item class. Make new text item should likely be part of that class. Well, the page down key I can get to on another kind of layer, but it's a little frustrating. Anyway, I have page down on my mouse, so I can still use it. I just need to hold the control on my left hand and then press it on my mouse. Okay. So next, so we got this. Go back to reducer. Now we're just not calling this action anymore. And this takes in a row num, which means action creators needs an export function add item. What is it? At, oh, you know what we could do? We could just convert this to title case, right? No, not that way. We convert it to Pascal case, camel case. There we go. It took longer because I had to remember what the case is called. All right, row num, same thing. Return type this row num. There we go. And then we want to use this. Add item at end of row was used in here. So we copy this over to this row num. Then put it in row where it should exist. Yeah. So rows can pass this in, although it doesn't need to. But it was called on add item. Oh, I don't even need to do that. Cool. I think I did it. Let's try it out. So now if I click the plus button, that'll never get old. Now it'll work. Yes, exactly. So now I need that to be actions. Action creator. There. Works as intended. Wowie clap. Still not working. But each step moved me closer. Unique ID is not defined. Right. Because in make new item, I have an ID that's trying to come in. Okay, so let's go install that. Where is this? npm I unique ID. And then import, I don't know what we're supposed to import this as. This, yep. Okay, and then once we have IDs, I no longer need to use the IDs I was using. So, okay, let's try this. Good. And only the last one's working because all these other ones are a different function that need to be done. So allow for adding new row items before other items. And then fix the ID. Did I already write that? Yes. Okay, so fix the ID. Item.id is what we need instead of whatever I had typed here. So this turns into item.id. And that's done now. We can move this up there. This is technically done. We could say at the end of the row. And then adding them before other items is what we need to do next. Add item before. We're finally going to be at the point where I can copy paste this more easily. Hey, Rhyme. And yeah, a long time no see. I feel kind of bad almost for not being able to stream more frequently. What theme am I using? It's Atom 1 Dark. Okay, so add at end of row is what I want next. So in action creators, we're gonna just copy paste this. Oh wait, no, I already have this one, right? Yeah, of course I already had this one, it's right there. It's this one that I want, that I did not mean to press. Oh God, what am I doing? Getting ahead of myself. Add item before. Now, what does that look like? It takes in an item number and a row number. Okay, cool. So we'll take that. Item num. And we put that there. 5 tweaks republished. If only I did that. Now, where does this one go? This is for an individual row item, and there's on add item. So then rows is what adds that, right? So wait a second, what is the point of this? There's basically no point. I'll keep it. You'd use it. And this we might not want to keep in. All right, let's go back to here. So this is for a row item. Sorry, I'm forgetting what this is called. It's on add item, yeah. Right, no page up. I keep pressing it like there is a page up. On add item. And that's it. All we have to do is call this with row num. And yeah, this is pretty easy. Okay, so we do this. Dispatch add item before row num item num. And then before I forget, we go include that. And now I think we're good on both of these buttons. So the new one, the last one in the row is a certain one that always adds at the end, and then any of these middle ones should add in the middle, which they're not doing. So clearly it has not worked. Yeah, and I wonder why. So this is add item before. Item num, row num, that should be fine. Okay, cool, so I like that. This should be different, good. This should be, yep, that's right. And then the reducer needs to use it. It doesn't, I forgot that part. Yeah. Add item before. Here it is. Okay, so we'll copy this in. Nice. Okay, now there's stuff about selected items here. I don't have selected items, so let's delete that. Delete this. Delete this. Yeah, nice. That should do it, right? It should do it! Why you no do it? Okay, let's break in. So I click the button. Oh, it's literally doing nothing right now, which means that this is not being triggered, which means either I have the wrong action, which I don't, or I have the wrong function, add item before, or I'm not even calling this at all. That's entirely possible. In fact, let's call this the plus plus button. That way we can tell which one. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is what's calling on add item, and that's being passed in from. Oh, I just called this the wrong function. Problem solved. Get rid of the plus plus. Well, we don't have to do it yet. Yes, it worked. Okay, cool. So now we just delete this. And wherever I put that debugger, where did I put that? Reducer? Yeah, there it is. The tool I used, that's called Karnak. But I had to modify it myself in order to make it go to the left. That was super tedious. I think I've got some notes on that somewhere. Oh no, I actually, did I make this tool public? github.com/me/better-than-Karnak. That is not the name of the repo. Hang on a sec, let me try to find this. I don't even know if I made this public, so I might be searching for no reason. Yeah, it's private. Yeah, sorry about that. I think this is private because... Why is it private? I don't know why I made it private. Anyway, if you end up wanting those same modifications, let me know via Discord and I can always share that with you. Oh, and then I wrote my own Karnak at one point. Maybe that's what that is. Yeah. I used this. Oh man, I forgot all about this. I used this for one specific course. I wanted to show keyboard shortcuts and I don't think I could figure out the license of Karnak or something like that. I don't remember. Oh, really? Freak Technic? I'll have to check that out. Let me write that down. Yeah, I didn't have a note on why it was private. Whatever will I do? All right, so we're in good shape. All these plus buttons work. And the delete button works. So there's your home page. This is a cool game of how far can you push the delete buttons. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with that. So this is done. Now we can get Tailwind. Key prompter, neat. 5 days ago. Wow, cool. I wonder why he made this. Is he streaming? Wow. Delete button clicker. Yeah, I really want to catch up with Hideo. Probably gonna use it on the left side of the screen. Yeah, totally. And there are some customization options in the app itself. It's just in order to extra customize it, you need to build your own, and building your own is not the most straightforward. So that's why I was saying if you need some help, let me know. Just over the moon. Well, that's pretty cool. Definitely have to check that out. Okay. Now instead of checking this out, let's check this in. See what we got here. So row item looks fine to me. We're not using the URL yet. In fact, do we ever use the URL? Even on... Do we use it on this one? We use it because we can set it. Yeah. I'm not going to do it just yet. But we'll get there. Okay, so this looks fine. This is not fine. We don't want this. No, wait, yes we do. Yeah, never mind. I already deleted what I was just thinking of. Cool. Yep, this is fine. Everything to do with selected item we got rid of. So we're not going to check this in. So we'll just stage all of these changes. Stage. Pretty good div for 2 hours. I know, this is terrible progress, right? Whatever. Okay, so I'll add row items. You can add an item at the end of a row or before any other item. And I'll capitalize this so that it's a little bit clearer what row item is supposed to mean. Yeah. All right, what's next on the list? Set up Tailwind. Let's go do it. TailwindCSS. I did not already install this, did I? I did. Oh, then setting it up is not really all that hard, is it? Because all I need to do is this. Oh, I already did that. Oh, what? Okay. Well, I should have been using this from the beginning and wasn't. Well, we're gonna go fix that right now, and it's gonna be dead simple. There is dead simple change number 1. And we need dead simple change number 2. This was a div before. I guess we need it to be something. I guess it'll just be a div now too. Who cares? Yeah. And just like that, we'll have spacing in between these things now. Come on, separate. Separate a little bit. Did I mess something up? Space X2 should be it, right? I wonder if it just didn't take because I broke it. All right, what gives? What gives? I don't need to import Tailwind everywhere, right? No, I shouldn't have to do that. Okay, yeah, no, it's not getting TailwindCSS somehow. How would it not be if I imported it? There you go, Deke. Activates Twitch sub notifier sounded head. Oh, man. It's still on my to-do list to upload all the Botland music. So someday you can listen to that whenever you want. Not that anyone will probably want to, except for Rami. Rami cares, everybody. Yeah, I've got TailwindCSS here. I wonder what I'm missing. I wonder if I need to import it from every page. Let's try that. Not that I think this is what needs to be done, but I want to try it anyway. Does that work? Doesn't look like it worked, because I see no difference. Well, let's take a look. Are we even including Tailwind? There's Tailwind base component. Oh, right. I need some sort of like Tailwind configuration file, I think. I have not been keeping up on composing or piano. No. Yeah. It's a shame. I don't know. I've been sort of all over the place. Like I said, there's sort of a secret endeavor that I haven't really talked about too much. There was the book. There was this project. Yeah, just other random life stuff. I don't think this is a problem with the CSS class. I think this is a problem with Tailwind config. Or, I don't know. Let's just try saving this and see if this works. I don't think it's that. Maybe it is. Or maybe we're still not actually getting this class in. I'll try the restart that someone suggested. It was Deli Rage who suggested it. Let's see if that works. I wonder if that Tailwind thing is even needed. No, this still isn't doing anything. What could I have messed up at this point? Also, do I have any other things? I have post CSS config. I doubt any of this is needed because I'm not customizing anything. In fact, I'm not even customizing this, but it doesn't hurt to have. And yeah, maybe I'll just copy paste this over here too. And then Next.js config, is this doing anything? No. Although I will also copy paste that over there, because this might come in handy at some point. Well, that's not really a good philosophy to have, is to copy something over if it might come in handy. Hey, Luculus. All right, so what else could I possibly be missing here? Is there anything in package.json that is not there? No, I have Tailwind. I can't think of anything else that would be needed for that. Post CSS. Yeah, I think that part's probably fine. I am a little bit confused. Let's try something pretty basic. Let's try just returning a div. Div class name is text red 500. This should be red. That's not red, that's black. Here, we'll fix it. Color red. Done. Okay, yeah, so it's not pulling in Tailwind's CSS, and let's take a look if it's even trying to include it. So we'll look in CSS over here and just refresh. So it's not pulling in any CSS, which means that import is not processing anything. So let's try something else here. Let's get this, go over to here again, open up Node and require this. Also, I wonder if import would have done anything different. It shouldn't. Alternatively, use dynamic import. Yeah, that's fine. This works only in top level Node, but outside of the REPL, I guess. So that would imply that I didn't install this correctly. Yeah, actually, that's what that would imply, I think, right? Which means that this doesn't appear even in Node modules. No, it's there. Okay, I'm definitely confused now. Yeah, all the post CSS config and everything, I just copied over now. It's possible that I would need to copy those over and then restart. Let me go up again and see if there's anything else I might have missed. So next config we have package. I looked at that. I guess I'll try one more time of restarting this. I don't think that's gonna. Well, the only thing that should be in package.json is the installation of Tailwind itself at the very least, which I have, and I did notice that in my node modules. And yet this isn't pulling it in correctly. Okay, so is there any other change? Maybe there's something else I had to do for Tailwind in the original one that I'm not doing here. Doesn't look like it. Is there anything else I can think of? Oh, weird. Yeah, weird. I am a little bit confused. I wonder if it's import order. No, it wouldn't matter for that, because it would have at the very least worked for this div. Is my bundler taking care of CSS? The only thing I could think of is that there's a hidden file, because, so let's go back to there, go to the prototype, in here I guess. There is a .next folder. I don't think it'd be anything in that though. Let's search for Tailwind. Is there anything else I need to do? Post CSS config, which I copy pasted, so I should have. Yeah. And then just import. Huh. I should have exactly the same setup then. And these are the same sizes, right? This is 1 kilobyte. I guess we could just do this. 160 bytes, 161 bytes. I'm guessing that's a new line from when I auto-saved it. Oh, no, it's a semicolon, but that shouldn't matter. Is post CSS configured correctly? Also, hey, fishy poos. I did not do anything special to configure this, but it's got the same configuration I had from the working project. And so the only thing, maybe there'd be another thing from package.json, which I don't have that I need. Okay, let's diff this. Compare with this. Okay, so here are all the things that are not there. Class names, which should not be necessary. File saver, not necessary. None of these. Oh, we've got a puzzle on our hands. I am really not sure. Okay, well, let's look this up. So Tailwind, CSS. Let's start with a very basic, not working with Next.js. What is wrong? Tailwind doesn't need such elaborate setup. Install this. Huh. How do you do your testing on Safari? I don't. This is just a sort of personal project, and I'll probably never even load it on Safari. Actually, yeah, I'll probably just never even load it on Safari. In pages/app, maybe Next.css is doing something. I don't think there's anything different in how I'm loading it in between the working version and this. So just to be clear here, what I'm talking about is I have on port 4000 a working version where you can see like colors are coming through and spacing and everything. And then on this version, like this text that should be read is not read. And so I have a working version to compare against, and in comparing against it, I have this import, and it's exactly the same as the import I have in the non-working version. Okay, let's do this. Let's compare everything, which this will be a little bit too much. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong. So the problem that we're seeing is that Tailwind isn't even making it into the head of the page. Importing CSS should be enough to do that. Is there anything else I could have missed? Huh. I don't have the classes, no. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not getting Tailwind at all. Well, actually, wait, no. Apparently I am getting this stuff. I wonder what that looks like in the other page. Yeah, Tailwind's getting like everything. Yeah, I have the same build process too. I am quite confused here. Because we sort of end up with something here. Okay, how about this? So Tailwind just shows Tailwind base. Tailwind apply not working. I wonder, did that delete the stackoverflow.com part? That was weird. Can't resolve how to scope. Do the actual elements have the correct classes? Yeah, they have the correct classes, but I'm not getting Tailwind imported for some reason. I wonder if their versions are different. But I did check that, right? I guess I did, yeah. Compare with this. Yeah, the versions, excuse me, are all the same. And then these other things shouldn't be needed. Huh. Quite interesting. Okay, let's do an npm install again. And just see. Set up to date. Empty configuration in Next.js. Because I didn't import something. Next.config.js. Yeah, it's intentionally empty. Yeah, I could delete node modules, but I don't think that's the problem. Very interesting. And it doesn't even say anything about trying to load Tailwind and not being able to. The only thing I can think is that it's something in this next folder. I wonder if I just deleted that whole folder. Let's just see what happens. You need permissions to make changes. I wonder if it deleted almost everything. No, it deleted almost nothing. And then the cache, there's a Webpack cache. Can I just delete that? Okay, so basically everything's gone now. Let's try again. I don't know why this would even do anything. But it could be that something was cached that shouldn't have been. Waiting for this to finish refreshing. It's compiling. Yeah, why would that have an effect? Yeah, post CSS versions are the same. I ran npm install. Okay, now it's working. So yeah, I guess deleting the next folder is what I needed to do. I don't think that should have been necessary. Yeah, weird. Okay, well, whatever. That's what it took. That's what it took. Okay, so we added in the spacing. So now when I click the plus button, I should have spaces. Yeah, good. Okay, that's it. That's all we were doing here. And so that this should be red text can go away. This should be red. Hey, VRTXT. Every build process other than Webpack. Yeah, that was a little unusual. And thankfully, I at least know there is a .next folder to delete. Maybe there's some sort of like Next.js cache clean thing that you can do. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. All right, well, setup Tailwind is done. Let's check that in. Yeah, who knows what needed to happen for this. Yeah, cool, looks good. So we'll stage changes, set up Tailwind properly. I needed to delete the .next folder for this to work for some reason. Cool. Done with that. So now make a proper row class, make a proper row item class. Yeah, let's just close out all these. Let's close out everything that's not this one. There. So here's what we're doing. that I don't really like is this. We have a set of parameters that is never made into a proper class at any point. So like I don't have like row item, and we have like text URL, keyboard shortcut, ID, and just set these things. And that way make new text item could literally be return new row item. I kind of like that idea. Hey Resfriata, and hey Akko. What's the use of home pages? So what you see here is basically what I'm making a tool that makes this. And I'll show you that in just a sec. Let me start with showing you the tool. So the tool is just a way for you to be like, you know what, I don't use Duolingo anymore, let's delete it. And instead of Duolingo, I want to add in, I don't know, Reddit. So you type in reddit.com, Reddit, maybe you set a shortcut of T for it, and that's it. Now you have Reddit on your page. And so any links you want to go to frequently, you would use this. And I've been using this for a very long time, and it's nice to have. You might be like, well, wait, why don't you just use the new tab page? Can't you have that show your frequently used links? And yes, you can, but sometimes you want to use links that you don't go to very frequently, and you always want to know kind of where they are. So I got in this habit for a while of like, oh, I want to check social media. So I would click like Facebook, Reddit, Twitter, and I just open up all three of those links. And actually that's a feature I might add, is having like a cluster that opens all three links at once. But it's nice to have them in kind of predictable locations. And then sometimes too, you just kind of forget where you might have gone at some point. So maybe I used to check my AWS console and now it's no longer in the new tab frequently used links. And so now you only go to it once a month or something. So yeah, it's pretty much like a bookmark manager. It's just a basic website sort of thing. Never thought of using tooltips like that. Yeah, I just didn't want you to have to click for a lot of these things. So here, what's nice is you could just hover over something and click delete and like get rid of things pretty easily, or change the shortcut on this to V. Like, I thought that was kind of nice. LS Viano. So do I want to do this, and how would this help exactly? I think this is just giving some structure to this, which I think could be nice. But I don't think it's necessary. I'll consider this for later. Yeah, let's delete this for now. I'll write it down in code improvements. Consider making functions or classes that will generate the structures underlying row item and row, e.g. this could be replaced by a constructor. I won't paste work. What is going on? Oh, weird. The focus was somewhere else because I did that. I accidentally pressed Control-Shift-C and opened up a word count, and then closing this made it so I couldn't paste. Huh, I think that's a bug in Google Docs. Should I file that bug? It's gonna be one person from Google watching this and they're like, do we fire him? Is he gonna file the bug? I should fix it, just go into the Google Docs code base. That'd be crazy. I mean, this bug isn't too crazy, but it'd be crazy to just go into another team's code base and do that. Hey, Zachariah. Did you change your name? It used to be Zachariah Wasim. Am I making that up? It's a keyboard bug. Yeah, the actual signal making to my OS. It tells bad jokes. Just going in and fixing other people's stuff, you mean, Respirato? In AWS, that would happen? I'm gonna cancel these things. Ah, I see, Zachariah. Gotcha. Okay, what is next here? We need the ability to have, so new items need to show their text. Okay, so let's go to row item and also the old row item. So components, row item. And in this, I think we just had a span that had the text, yeah. And this we should have, but I'm not passing it in probably. Row item. Yeah. Text equals item.text. Okay, so now it should show as new item everywhere, I think. Yes. Cool. Okay. What version control system do Googlers use? These are the questions you should search, because I don't know what I can share, and I think this sort of thing is probably public, but I don't want to be the one to make that call. So while I do know the answer and could tell you the answer, I don't think it's a good idea. When is bring chat to work day? Oh man, that would be something else for sure. Unfortunately, I think it'd be less followable because coding is a much smaller portion of what I do. But that would be wild, right? If you guys even went to meetings with me and stuff, and you got to, well, some meetings I'm just sitting around. It's like, I guess it wouldn't be that interesting. Google Code, oh man, I had a project on there a while ago. Okay, so let's make it so you can customize items. Customizing items. Yeah, still using Go. Love to do that for my day. I think it'd be a sitcom level in some meetings. You make the next Silicon Valley just by live streaming it. Okay, so customizing items would be next. And there's quite a lot of work for this. Let's get started. I want to take a quick break at some point. Actually, no, I'm going to take a quick break now because I have to use the bathroom. So we'll type the bathroom command. Nice. Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah, it's my old chair. I should just update the chair command. Adam has a secret lab Omega chair, but doesn't like it. So he's using his old random secondhand chair from homeseating.com. Okay, so we said customizing items. Man, I was drinking a ton of water. So this is 75 ounces. We've gone through this much so far. That's not too bad, but it's gonna be hot today. Gotta keep hydrated. $2,000 pounds of water. So customizing, what do we want to start with, I guess? That's a good question. I think the tooltip stuff, and I think that having this, I wanted this tooltip to be bigger. Let's look up RC tooltip. That's where all the water in California is going. Can I customize the width of it, I wonder? let's, oh, I think this has the tooltip here. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so there's a line, transition, placement, overlay, inner style. Yeah, I'll just look it up. Width. It must have been something somebody asked about, right? Options, define margin, tooltip size. I was hoping for something easy. Okay, someone said style using styled components. Here was a styled tooltip. How do they pass this in? Overlay and then props on this thing? This was a div. Huh, okay, let's just go look at their thing that they have here. Okay, overlay class name. And what are we doing? We don't have that here. So overlay class name, Tailwind. Do they have something for like, yeah, they have a bunch of these. Okay, let's just, with W80, let's try that. W80. Does that work? They should be huge now. They are not huge. Well, they should at least be getting the W80 thing. Or is it the, yeah, there it is. Okay, so it got W80, but then something is overriding that, presumably? With 20 rem. Oh, there. That's weird. Seemingly took a long time. Yeah, it's working now. Hey, Jangtron. Should consider RTX voice to mute background noise. So I'm using OBS's built-in noise suppression and not RTX voice right now. The problem with RTX voice is that when I hit 100% CPU, it makes me sound like a robot. I could switch to it. My CPU usage isn't that high. But I thought if this is good enough, that's probably what I'll kind of stick with. But yeah, I need the AC on because of how hot it is. Again, I kind of showed this earlier, but I'll take a screenshot. Actually, I don't even need to take a screenshot. I guess we can just do this. So 86 degrees right now, and in Celsius it's 30. And you can see what it's going up to on Monday. I don't know what I just clicked. That's trying to get me to like log into a weather service. Okay, there. Yeah, Monday, 111. Crazy. Just crazy. It's gonna be 384. Mike is slightly pan left, yeah. Yeah, 111, make a wish. Your wish, it just ignites as soon as you say it. Okay, so I did want this to be a little bit bigger, but I want these to take up the size of this new tooltip. So how about we make it so that the tooltip is always showing visible equals true, or just visible is fine. 111 Celsius. Yeah, that'd be absurd. Now, how do we get these things to take up all of the space that they have? Oh, I think inputs themselves don't ever take up more space unless you tell them to. So we said like width for 80% or something. Yeah, okay. So that'll eventually work. Okay, we can do that. I'll just write this down for now. These normal numbers? No, there's a heat warning. I think, did I close a page? Yeah, I closed a page. Let me just, I can't really show you this. I'm trying not to leak the exact city I'm in, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Chillaxathor, it's too hot. 45C is mostly the norm. Rookie numbers. It's all relative to where you live, though. So, okay, there's, as of 2015, Seattle had a 33% air conditioning rate. And as of 2021, that rate is now 44%. So in the last 6 years, there's been an extra 11 percentage points of people getting AC. This is the lowest of any metropolitan city in the US. And I think it's actually still the lowest at 44. But so when the temperatures get super hot here, people don't really have anything. Well, 56% of people don't have anything they can do about it. We have these portable units, but they're not great. Okay, so when it comes to the tooltip, extend tooltip size, we're gonna paste in overlay class name. I will need to think about that, and then also need to adjust the inputs themselves underneath that. Yeah, lowest AC rates. Correlation is causation. AC is vaccinating. No, is removing vaccination. They got hot summers and super cold winters? Generally, no. So we get maybe like 1 to 2 snows per year, I would say. And then in the summer, this kind of temperature is just unheard of, I'd say. Like it's 99 right now or something, right? So probably we'd get like 90 would be the usual max. So this is record-setting temperatures. Got a 48C. Oh my god. Yeah, this stuff is scary. Hey, Granny Sith. Yeah, scary. Because how many people are going to be walking outside or working outside today and are just going to pass out due to heat exhaustion? It doesn't take much. Like, you know, if you're already sort of, I don't know, man, I've said enough. I'm just blathering anyway. Did I work at Microsoft? Yeah, I worked at Microsoft. I think that's, yeah, thanks, Rami. I didn't actually type it in that command, I guess. But yeah, I worked at Microsoft for about 3.5 years. I'm currently working at Google. And what I'm doing is not for Google. Also, I haven't been doing anything. I should probably get started. Okay, so those tooltips, let's maybe look at that, because that's how you customize all this stuff. So yeah, let's just start by adding the tooltip. Add in the tooltip, and then add in customizations one by one. So the tooltip itself was on row item. Tooltip comes from RC tooltip. We'll go install that. Does that page still exist? The page exists. Yeah. Do you have something like mentorship? Do you mean, do you mentor people? If so, the answer is yes. And if you mean anything else, then please specify, because I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so yeah, add in the tooltip. So we got RC tooltip now. And I want this in here. And then I want to use it. So for now, how about we just copy the whole tooltip? And this goes on what exactly? On the span? And the button is outside of it. Yeah, okay. So we do this. And drag and drop we don't have yet. It's another thing I'm gonna have to do at some point. So get dragging and dropping items. And then the other thing is allow for dragging an old home page. Yeah. Yeah, I do mentor people. I generally have tried to kind of keep it to people who sort of been in the community for a while, because it's something I offer for free and I don't want it to turn into a job, so it usually would end up kind of being people that I know. But yeah, reach out over Discord. Hey, Communist, I'm not really back. I'm just here today. So depending on your definition of back, I guess it could be true. I do sometimes use the mouse in VS Code, just not a whole lot. Do I do one to-do file or one per project? For all my personal stuff, I usually ended up having like one to-do file. So this file is gigantic. I don't even know what's on it anymore. Yeah, good to see. Yeah. And nice to see you, Chillaxathor. How often are these streams? How often is the wife gonna go hiking? I mean, usually I'll go hiking with her. This time she's kind of with like a childhood friend and they're catching up. So I wasn't gonna join. But these streams are gonna be very infrequent. Expect like 4 streams per year or something. And that's why I was saying, new viewers, don't bother following. I don't even have any notifications or anything. I don't care. If you want to follow, that's fine, whatever. But if you want to stay in touch or you want to find out what's going on, Discord is definitely the way to go. So it's the Discord command, if I could type that, or just alternatively, here's the URL. Which technology did I use for my blog? Pretty much the same stack you're seeing for this. It's React, it's Next.js and static exports, and it's TailwindCSS. And the design was done by Funky Monkey. I think there's a design command that gives you the exact information. 100% more streams than EJ. Oh man. That's unfair. Okay, so dragging something for tooltips. Yeah. Oh, did I write that down? Only have one tooltip at a time? I think I wrote it down. Yeah. Kind of rough to have many of them pop open. See you all the end of September. I'm not saying they'll even be regularly spaced, but yeah, I'll try to post to Discord when I know I'm going to be streaming. Yeah, I don't know. Things will never return to what they used to be. Or at least I won't have a stream schedule like what they used to be for another few years, I bet. So we'll see. It's nice to at least be back for a bit, you know? Nice seeing all your happy faces through my covertly installed webcams. All right, so is dragging something is what I wanted to write here. Make sure tooltips hide when dragging. Hey, Riemitsu. Yeah, it feels nostalgic. I know, it feels nostalgic to be here. It's kind of surreal. Yeah, time for new adventures. It's not even, yeah, I guess it is sort of that. If I had something in my life where streaming made more sense, I probably would stream more frequently. It just doesn't really align with anything. Like I said, like if you're writing a book, what are you going to stream? Like the writing process of typing into a document. Thinking about rebuilding my blog from Gatsby to Next. Also think that using JS for static blog is really necessary. I don't think it's necessary. My blog, I ended up putting in some widgets that I don't even know if, where is my blog? I think I used them in kind of the beginning ones. And I don't know if this did anything special. Yeah, it's something like this. This needed to connect to auth, that's why. Or at least I think it did. And then I think some of this other stuff, anyway, it could all be static. And having JavaScript on a static page is fine too. What technology do I use in Google? I can't say a whole lot, so I'll just link you to my sort of canned answer for that. And hey, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right, but Stufe? Please do let me know. I will write it down. You can always tune in to chill and talk with us. This is something that part of it is like, if I don't advertise, you guys wouldn't know that I'm online. And so I'd have to do it at a time that people kind of expect, which ends up being like prime time for hanging out with people. So I don't know, like I said, it just doesn't really line up with anything right now, and I feel sort of bad. Twitch book writing could be a cool idea. I think it sounds interesting, but I think in practice it might be very boring. But then again, this sounds very boring in theory, but people watch, so yeah, who knows. Okay, I'm gonna delete this for now. This part's fine. This I might lower a little bit. Okay, overlay. This is good. Maybe we keep these inputs here too. Let me think about this. Oh, and the other thing I wanted to do is make like button and input components. I'll just do it this way. Make button and input components. Yeah. Okay, so the overlay itself is like a whole other thing that I guess we could put here. Tooltip overlay equals, and then all of this. Well, it did not like me doing that. there. So now this is a little bit cleaner. I like that. But then the overlay itself has a whole lot of things, and none of this will work. If you didn't tell anyone in the community that you worked for Google, would you worry to the same level about the things in that document? Like, obviously you can't talk about work, but about things like this product sucks. Oh yeah, I would still worry about that. Because it's not really, like, the way I see it is, will viewers care about that, or will people at Google care about that? So let's say, just going to paint a wild scenario here. Let's say my work performance is dipping, and then they start to be like, well, I remember he said something about streaming. Let me go look and see. Oh yeah, he has streamed. Let me see if he's saying something bad about Google. Oh, he has, or he said something controversial. So now let's get rid of him. I don't know. It's sort of a paranoid worry, but I'd just rather be safe than sorry. Plus, I don't really think I'm sacrificing much of value by not sharing the specifics. And at some point, I can share the specifics because some of this will be public. It's just not yet. Nice, Chillaxathor. I actually rewatched those myself, and I was pretty impressed. Which I know sounds kind of braggy, but I put a lot of work into those, and I'm happy with how they turned out. Okay, so we have these inputs, and I have things like handle submit. I don't actually have the functions written for those. So this is easy enough. We can add this in here. Okay, so there's one function we've gotten. Now, input URL, input text, those are parts of use state. So let's go get that. And class names I'm going to eventually want. Okay, so input URL. Oh, hang on a second. I have a phone call I need to take. Okay, sorry about that. That was 1 minute and 34 seconds. That is how much of your time I just wasted. So yeah, I just made plans. I told you guys I had to go at about 1. So all I have to remember is call before I leave. Yeah. And by the way, it's currently 11. So it's 11 o'clock. We got probably another hour and a half. I'll try to stream for as long as I can. Yeah. Worked with Firebase, like the YouTube channel. So Firebase is a Google product offering, and that's what I'm referring to when I say Firebase. By the way, these things are, if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see, I'll just link this in. You'll see the kinds of things that I'm talking about here. They're courses that I made and that are now free. Do I have a general idea when it would be public? I can't share that. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for linking it into Chillaxathor. Yeah, and if you don't want to sign up there, you can just watch the videos straight on on YouTube. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. Again, I knew I had to take a phone call and I didn't want to keep my friend waiting. So I'll be streaming for another like 90-ish minutes. So let's get to it. So we've got the use state thing is what I wanted. Use state. We want this and this. I don't want to do keyboard shortcut stuff yet, but we're going to get to that. So let's say allow for keyboard shortcuts. That was a pretty involved component. And I'll write over here, consider splitting up large classes or large functions like row item. Yeah, like I said, I'm fasting for the health appointment I have later today, so I don't need to take a break for lunch or anything. So as long as I got water, that's all I would be able to have anyway. Okay, so we've got a lot of this hooked up. We have input URL, set input URL. We don't have an update yet. We have handle submit. All this stuff is fine. This is not fine. So we'll just never click this button, and then the not fine stuff will never get called. And same thing with this. Okay, so we should be able to see the tooltip now. Let's go check it out. Nope, that broke. And it broke because keyboard shortcut text is not defined. Keyboard shortcut text. Yeah, I didn't have this. So we need to take this in now. Keyboard shortcut text, which we could take in as just the whole item now that I think about it. Let me go take a look. Yeah, so we'll just say item equals item. And we'll get the ID and everything from there. I don't know if I like doing this. This will have an ID, text, a URL, and a keyboard shortcut. So we'd be able to get rid of the ID, text, yeah. So that's it. And then we'll say item, text, URL, keyboard shortcut text. Text, URL, keyboard shortcut text, and an ID. Yeah, so that should fix that problem. Nice. Well, maybe not nice. Yeah, no, it's still broken. Update values not defined. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay. Well, then let's get that. Update values. Any other functions that I use? On click, on delete. On delete we already had? No, we never used. On delete. Anything else? Nope, that's it. Wow. I don't know. Oh, a mountain in Scotland with a height over 3,000 feet. Whoa, nice. It's quite a hike. Yeah. I don't know if I've ever heard of someone watching the stream from the bath. On click equals on click. Now that's funny. Where's that coming from? That's passed in. What does that do? Oh, it's for selecting. I don't want that. Yeah. Visiting the stream every once in a while and checking my programming knowledge is enough to understand what's going on. How do you feel now, Logico? I think I have some notion of what's going on. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome. So you have learned. You're ready to be inducted into the Programmer Hall of Fame. Item CSS is missing. Okay, Logico. Tell me what item CSS should be. It's apparently this stuff, which is really dumb CSS. But we're going to use it. And this stuff had to do with is selected. We actually don't need this then. So we'll just have... Oh, no, there's a border if is over is true. Okay, let's make this pretty simple. What color is this by default? Red. I don't like that at all. So we'll make it blue by default. And then cursor pointer makes sense too. So this and cursor pointer. Fix my typos for me. Hey, Joker. That time club. Wow. All right, nice. Now our tooltips look like garbage. And I'm guessing it's because it broke while displaying. Wow, calling out lurkers, Remy. Someone's new to Twitch. Okay, cool. So the only problem with this is that there's no CSS on the tooltip. How did I mess that up? How did I mess that up? Align transition name. Oh, that stuff's all fine. What did I do wrong? Add item bottom overlay inner style. That should just not be customized. Oh, CSS. Of course. We need this in our index. Tooltips won't be hidden. I don't know what I meant by that. I'll say like can't be hidden properly. I think it's, we'll just say like, nah, we don't even need a comment. It's the CSS for tooltips and it's needed. There we go. Okay, cool. So the tooltips is now taking up the whole screen. That's a little bit weird. Hey, SciMaster. How's it going? Ah, that's perfect. Okay, so the keyboard shortcut button is very tiny because it is rendering an undefined symbol on it. Yeah. Which we can fix that later. Yeah, it's funny to see all the old people, isn't it? Right? It's crazy because every time I've taken a long break, I've come back and I've thought, no one's going to be there. And every time you guys have shown up. Put your money where your mouth is. Yeah, it's really nice to see you all, really. It's a very humbling experience to sort of count on seeing you guys. Yeah. So I'm having fun. I hope you guys are having fun. And the fun ends in about 83 minutes. So I'm gonna have too much fun. Okay, so none of this is functional. So if we were to type anything here and hit update, it's gonna fail on us, right? Or just not do anything. Yeah, because this doesn't exist. So update values needs to be passed in. Update values is, did I really do this? Let me take a look. Oh, where is this? Update value. That can't be what I called this, right? No. I know what I did wrong. Yeah, I know what I did wrong. Row item over here. It's called the function I never made. Oh, that's the problem. Update value. Here you are. Hello function. So we put that there, and now we need on update. So this goes away, this turns into this, and now we go look at what on update is supposed to do. On update. Okay, I don't want that. I want this one. Aha, update item. Now, do we pass in state and dispatch? No. But why not? Well, let's look at this. Yeah, let's pass in state and dispatch. This is sort of a little bit weird. We'll just say on update. The reason why I'm doing this is so I can duplicate this and then just use multiple cursors and dispatch. Okay, so that will be fine, but now we need item number and row number to be in this, which it is. I'll look at chat in a little bit. Fix this stuff up. Item num, row num, state dispatch. Then we're going to need to import from action creators, but we don't need any of this yet. And then what? I'm missing something. This will be translated. Okay, let's try it. First of all, what did I just copy? On add item. Here we go. On add item. Delete that. And delete this. Okay. I think we're getting there. Yeah, now we just need add item before. And then this doesn't need add item before. All right, does it work? Let's see. So I click this button and this button. Hey, nice. They both worked. All right, nice. But that was the first part. The next part is going to be updating these things. I got to do that. Did I consider a small modal over a tooltip? So yeah, this was one of the intentional things that I had done. Although I do think I should talk to you about this stuff offline, which is I wanted you to be able to very quickly go and change properties. And so being able to hover would be important for that. Whereas if it were a modal, I think I'd have to make you click. Otherwise, you'd keep spawning modals. Because right now, there are some kind of like just a couple of these properties. But I might have some different styling options in here. Not sure how that's going to work. Also, appearance, reach out to Funky Monkey. And then usability, only enable the update button in the tooltip or for a row item when there are updates to be made. E.g. when you've typed a different URL or text. Or maybe we just auto update that, I don't know. Yeah, sorry, I'll answer some of the things in chat. Where'd that go? Oh yeah, are you back permanently or just a random stream? It's just a random stream. I can't promise a schedule again. And so I announce these things on Discord. So if you haven't already, do join Discord. That'll be where I post updates. And I'm glad to hear you're having a blast. How'd you get an intuition for how to abstract all the functions so quickly? So what I'm doing right now is copy pasting code I already wrote in a bad way and trying to make it a little bit better. With that said, I can still answer your question of how I wrote it in the first place. A lot of what you do is going to be based on experience, and I wrote a whole bunch of notes. I have this scratch section of like just a bunch of random typings, and some of this stuff, I mean, you can see like this is just my unfiltered thought process. I really don't want to do rearranging stuff, but that's because I haven't thought of a good way. So I guess I'll type out some thoughts. And I wrote out my options. I can put buttons on each row or each item. I can allow for drag and drop. I can allow for cut and paste. This is how you end up thinking things out. You say, I have a problem, X, and I have solutions A, B, and C. And now you weigh the pros and cons. Maybe you talk to people. Maybe you do research. And you come to a conclusion that, okay, B is the best. Let's do that one. And now you have a different problem, maybe, which is like, how do I implement B? And you do that exact same thing. Okay, well, solutions are, you know, D, E, and F. And you just keep working your way down the chain. So that's roughly how you'll do any of this stuff. You'll get more experience as you go. Back to streaming for a couple of years. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'm only doing a one-off stream for right now, though. But it is pretty crazy. There are people who've been coming in saying, wow, I remember watching 3 years ago, or yeah, back before university. Worst, best relationship. Yeah. And where do software design patterns come in? Was there something? Yeah, I see. So this is something that I do see people ask a decent amount because of how school and interviews. So school and interviews focus on algorithms and design. And you can know design patterns or just system design, and there are system design patterns as well. And so people ask sometimes like, well, where does that come into play in the real world? And the answer is sort of everywhere, but just not in the same way. So for example, I am structuring this application in a way that'll hopefully make sense. So I have this folder set up here of like components, and I have pages, and I have something else, right? Then within this, there are patterns that are being applied, which are either provided to me by a library or something that I might be coming up with myself. And an example of that here is that I'm using reducers, actions, action creators. These are concepts typically set out by a framework called Redux, and it's for managing state. And there are lots of design patterns that go into this. And so when I'm using it, I'm technically indirectly making use of those design patterns, but I'm not necessarily coming up with those from scratch. So that's why I say it's everywhere, but not in the same way. Whereas I might design for a component, like how do I want to iterate over rows and kind of, I don't know, like find a keyboard shortcut, for example. So the way I end up doing this, I made a mindful decision that I'm going to loop over all of them. And so there are O of n, where n is the number of items. And I know that I'm not doing this in maybe the best way, because I could potentially do this in constant time if I use a dictionary in JavaScript or I'm not sure if they're called maps explicitly now that map is a first class thing. But anyway, so like these are things you make trade-offs, you design, you kind of get a feeling for the stuff. I remember watching back when I was working on the restaurant startup. Crazy to think about. Yeah, let me go back to this for a sec. Hey, Melky Deb. It's a Utica expression, Quando. Steamed hams. I actually just thought about when will you ever stream again. Glad to catch your one off. Yeah, it's cool to see you here, Jangtron. Yeah, people have been asking me. Discord's just been kind of slowly dwindling in number of active people. It's nice to breathe some life into it every once in a while. The way I would describe the Discord if I were to kind of advertise it to people is, at this point, it's like a very chill, like sort of moderated community. Whenever there were any bad actors, I talked to them privately and I'd say something like, hey, can you work on your behavior? Or if they were malicious, I would boot them from the Discord. So it's a bunch of chill people talking about a bunch of random things. That kind of sums up a lot of different Discords, except for maybe the moderation aspect. EJ, I find him funny. I'm going to encourage this as much as possible. All right, let's get back to this. So we want to be able to update the text. So if I just type test right now, it's going to fail because, oh, I don't have input keyboard shortcut. That's going to fail too. Okay, input keyboard shortcut. We put this into row item, use state. Okay, but it's still going to fail because I don't have a way of updating values. So let's go get that to work. Update, on update. We don't have an on update anymore, but on update was passed in through here, and it was this. So we're going to go code this right now. This shouldn't be too bad, I hope. So it's going to be dispatch update item. We copy this out of here. Row num, item num, params. Where did params come from? Oh, whoops, these. Okay, so then text, input text, URL, input URL, keyboard shortcut, input keyboard shortcut. So every update item is going to be everything. Do I want that? Well, did I call update item from anywhere else? Also, did I ever check in index accidentally? No, I didn't. Yeah, so do I call this from anywhere else? Update items would be in row item here. Update, on update. I did, oh man. It's the same format though, but I did it because I needed to be able to pass it in for hockey. Well, we're not there yet, so I guess let's start with this. So delete all of that. Then turn this into an object. Then get update item. Oh man, I'm still gonna use this keyboard. And I use it on a Mac most of the time anyway. Okay, next we go into action creators, export function update item. And then what is taken? It took in row num, item num. I forgot the rest. Text, URL, and keyboard shortcut. There we go. And then it returned a type of action.update item, which did not exist. And then pretty much all of these things, right? Okay, there's that. Next, we need to go code update item. So we go back to the old index and search for update item. And we copy this into our reducer. And then delete everything to do with selected items. And I think we're good. Oh, except for that this is called params. Ooh, don't like that. What do I want to do? I could just call it text URL and keyboard shortcut, but there's probably gonna be a lot more things. And this is where serializing the stuff. Okay, so update item will probably need to change when I do this. Let me write this down. I'm not currently reading chat. I want to just think through all these things that I was talking about. Where is this? Yeah. So another place where this would be helpful is for something like update item. That way I wouldn't need to know which parameters I want to use. So I do like the idea of this just being params, so fine. Yeah, fine, we'll do it this way. Row num, item num, and then the params themselves. We'll go change this so that these are outside of this, and these are inside, or that they're just as params. Delete this, type these out here. Okay, we're getting there. Almost done. And then we want this. I know we can destructure both of these at once. Oh wait, we don't even need that. Never mind, what am I doing? Okay, I think we're good. Let me read chat. You know what happened on that day, EJ? I was on my phone and there was another notification and yours popped up like in the middle. And so I hit the reply button and just typed the first thing that came to my head. So I just happened to be looking at my phone already. Rick, you missed this bottle. We actually got a second one of these. I wanted to get one for when I go back to the office, but my wife's been using it now because I've been home. Yeah, that's true. And I try to help out where I can. I don't want to whinny about it too much. I don't want to sound too whinny. Literally checked your Twitch yesterday because I randomly remembered. I got curious. Saw live last year. Yeah, it should have been last live a few months ago. I don't remember what it was, but yeah. Either way, it's been a while. Yeah. How do I move from one tab to another using? Yeah, Control P. And thanks, please, skin. Way too early for this. Two things I would probably like in a tool like this: add an existing bookmark, like quick search or filter. I don't think you can do this though. If you're saying, you know how you have at the top of Chrome, you have these sorts of things where I could click like Botland and then click this. I don't think you have an API to search through your bookmarks. I'd have to make it a Chrome plugin or something. Unless what you're saying is there's a list of things that people tend to add, like Google, YouTube, Reddit, Instagram. That sort of thing could be done, yeah. And then quickly add recently closed or visited tab. Yeah, so again, I think that's sort of along the lines. What I'm producing is just going to be a static HTML file that otherwise has no idea of the browser that it's in. With that said, they are good features that you're suggesting. I just don't know if they'll be even possible. Hey, Artie. Wife stealing all the goodies. Well, at least I have this bottle. This bottle is like a fixture in my life. I have a routine from when I wake up to when I go to sleep. Like, I wake up, I fill this, I bring it to my computer, I drink 75 ounces. At the end of the workday, I fill it up again. I like bring it to whatever room I'm in. Really nice. How often do I wash it? I don't fully wash it that frequently, but I like thoroughly rinse it every day. So I'm probably getting all sorts of immunities. Okay, let's see if... Oh, it's already broken. So I clearly messed something up. Input keyboard shortcut. Where art thou? Input keyboard shortcut here. And that's passed in through keyboard shortcut, which is an item. And this stuff is too. So check this out. Multiple cursors for the win. Okay, so state isn't currently used. I don't think we need it, so let's not pass it in. And actually, is state even used here? Yeah, except for it's not really needed there either. But I'm fine with keeping it for there for now. On update isn't needed anymore. On delete actually shouldn't be. Let's go take a look at that too. On delete, where is that? On delete, here it is. And what does on delete do? Yeah, no, we don't need to pass that in. That is dumb. So let's go to where on delete was and just put in something window.alert I never coded this. It's my favorite type of thing to add. Does that even work? I think I put it in a parenthesis too many. Yes, I did. Okay, how are we looking here? Unexpected token, update item. Aha! There we go. Now what? Wait, so can I type things? Testeroni update. Hey, it worked. Oh, we're closed. It warned. Yeah, it worked. All right, cool. He thoroughly rinses it with the water he's drinking out of it. I do what I call a saliva wash. Kind of guess it would be finicky or not possible. Yeah, yeah. And so what I think would be possible is if I made it a plugin, a browser plugin, but then I would have to make a browser plugin for every browser, and I don't want to do that. And that's part of the reason this is going to be MIT open source software, MIT licensed open source software, so that anyone else who wants to do that could do that. Don't you wash it every time you fill it with water? That's what washing things is. That's not, I don't want to eat at your place. As a day-to-day job task, started to become a bit of a routine. Still something new. It's still pretty new, I feel. So the way I look at this is, if you think of responsibility of any like task as being rated from 1 to 10, I would say my first few tasks were like in the 1 to 4 range. And my newest task is probably like a 6 or 7. So at the very least, with the level of responsibility changing, there's a different importance placed on it. So yeah, it's still kind of newish. Isn't there a way to search bookmarks in Chrome? I think there is as a Chrome user. I don't think there is from JavaScript. I mean, I guess you could just search for like JavaScript, Chrome bookmarks. Function as Google Chrome bookmark, not that. JavaScript, like list Chrome bookmarks. I don't suspect that there is something. Yeah, I think you have to write something special for it. If cats had dishes, this is what they would do. Hey, Poisson. Never seen someone type as quickly as they speak. You know, I got a comment the other day. Oh man, this like made my day. I was in a meeting with someone and I had to share my VS Code screen because we were talking about design, and I'm like, oh no, here's how it works. There's like system A and that goes to system B. And then I'm like, under system B though is this system C. And this is where, you know, something happens. I don't know. I was talking about something and he's like, whoa, like I'm really impressed by your presentation skills. And I didn't say like, well, I was a Twitch streamer. I was like, well, I've been practicing. Thank you. Like, I appreciate it. But yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch for more than like 5,000 hours. So this sort of thing comes with time. Yeah, it has to be a kind of extension. Yeah. Does that mean anything? I'm not a programmer. This is the extension reference. So anything you see over here like ad block and dark reader, these are extensions, and extensions can do a whole lot more with the browser. And that's how they're able to, you know, change ads to just be blank space and run arbitrary scripts, so they can do a whole lot. Wow, Adam, so humble. I don't know if you've heard of a website called Twitch, but I basically invented it by being a medium-sized streamer for a few years. The rough average speaking speed of a person is 150 words per minute. Yeah, the thing is, if you're ever writing notes, you don't really need to write everything that the person's saying, so you can kind of summarize as you go, like what I'm doing right now to try to demonstrate. But yeah, I tend to take notes as like transcripts. What is my keyboard? Yeah, check that out, Snoopy. It's a GMMK Pro 75. And it's not bad. Really, all I'm missing is QMK. Once I've got QMK, I think it'll be fine. And that's special firmware for the keyboard for customizing shortcuts. Okay, so this worked, but we don't know about whether links work. So let's try that out. So testeroni, let's see what happens. Oh, we also need that preview thing. Allow for previewing the homepage. And oh my god, what is going on? I always type homage. This is my muscle memory. And then import and export, which are probably two different features. This is importing. Is there another way to import? Not yet. So allow for exporting the page. Yeah. Baby, it's magic. Don't worry about it. You know, EJ, this is something I also find pretty funny. The lights thing was just me doing something on a whim in 2015. And yeah, I have certainly seen a whole lot of people using chat-controlled lights. And I think I was the first person. I think. It's not like I had seen it on another stream. I at least independently came up with it. Should have placed royalties on it. Should have patented it. Yep. Okay, so we should be able to take a look at state.rows and see that this item has a customized URL. If it does, then we're fine. Yep, it does. Okay, cool. And keyboard shortcuts you can't actually set yet. In fact, I don't even know if I wrote an item about that. Yep, I did. Okay, cool. So add in the tooltip, that's done. Add in customizations one by one. We haven't finished this yet, I think. Is there anything remaining though? So if I type like foo and hit enter, that works. Does the update button work? Yes. And does delete work? No, I never coded this. Thanks, Past Adam. Let's go code that. But let's code that in a different commit, I guess. Add in deleting the item from the tooltip. So we did a URL, that's done, text, and the that's actually it. So those are done, and we're gonna go check that in. Okay. Let's read through all this. What? Oh, I was like, why is all of this different? But it's not all of it, it's just most of it. The URL is never used right now? That's not right. That should be used right here. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I destructured it by then earlier, but that was a mistake. All this looks fine-ish. There's one other thing I wanted to say. When this isn't set, it's supposed to say unset. Where did that code come from? Where did that code come from? There it is. Keyboard shortcut text. Okay. Let's include that too. Oh, it's right there. Oh, so it was undefined the whole time. Okay, that should be slightly... Oh, it's already been declared. Uh-oh. How is that possible? This came from the item. Oh, they just happen to have the same name? Okay, hang on. I'll look at chat in a sec again. I need to figure something else out. Keyboard shortcut text. I called it keyboard shortcut. What is that? There it is. And that got passed in, but now it's on the item, but it's not called that same thing anymore. Reducer. It's called keyboard shortcut. So row item. Keyboard shortcut is not the right thing. This should have just been this. Aha. There we go. Okay, now it should work. Yeah, so now it says unset. Perfect. Okay, what'd I miss? Yeah, let's see why flash ping doesn't work. Hey, Versace. You are the stream's inventor. Good evening. My first stream to tune, and I really gotta figure out why that's happening. Are you using a mixture of VS Code, OneNote, Google Docs to document and note things down? Yeah, so okay, here's what happened. When I was doing this last week of just prototyping, I was just using Google Docs for everything. I wasn't even using VS Code. I didn't really plan on working on it for too long. OneNote I'm still using for any sort of like persistence and generic notes. So things like Kubernetes or, oops, Mac shortcut coming into play. Kubernetes, React, those sorts of things. And so now, yeah, for the sake of the stream, I'm using my old pattern of to do plus. But at work, oh, hang on, I'm sorry, my wife is calling. I'll be right back. Hello? Okay, I'll be right back. In fact, I'm just gonna, yeah, I won't even put up a BRB screen. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. We got a food delivery and it was just sitting outside the house and it's like 95 degrees out, so I don't know. Well, that food is still good. Chippy. That's very funny. Hey Frag Zero, hey LSRP. Howdy, howdy, howdy. And hey Codephobia, long time no see. How you doing? I should have passed on all high frou-frous. And I didn't forget to mute myself. I was actually thinking of having the whole conversation off of mute, just saying generic things. Why do you have a shortcut for Kubernetes? I was typing it so much. I have a shortcut for a lot of different things like environment variables or infrastructure. Oh, which is different. On my work computer, I have like a billion of them. I probably seriously have 600 or 700 at this point. But yeah, there were a bunch of technologies I would type a lot. A lot of these weird sorts of things. PW for password, like that ever matters. Some of these come in handy every once in a while. Like if I ever do need to type out the alphabet, it's nice to just type out 6 characters. Lock frou-frou out. She has a key. Oh man, I'll never live this down. Has anyone typed in the command? Okay, no. What was it? Towing? Tow? Yeah, this. If anyone wants to read a very short, funny story, there it's in chat. Let me finish reading chat. Yeah, it's bonkers. Oh man. That was a very expensive mistake to make. High five. Yeah. Yeah, like you guys need the encouragement. Okay, so we got this looking pretty good. Anything else? I think this is pretty good. Yeah, that looks fine. All right, I'm liking this too. Yeah, this is looking good. The row doesn't save its number. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is good too. That's fine. That's good. And there's just this that needs to change. We just want to stage this. Okay, so check this out. Here's something kind of cool. We can stage all of these files, but then I only want to stage this part, so we can just right click it and go to stage selected range. And now my little hacky thing that I have here won't be checked in. And then what do? I always forget. I look through the whole thing and I'm like, oh yeah, we added a tooltip. So allow for editing items. Added a tooltip that you can use to edit the text and URL for now. Modifying the keyboard shortcut will happen in a future commit. Done. Okay, Next, add in deleting items. This should be pretty simple. Let's go find out. So row item as on delete. On delete comes from index. On delete equals dispatch delete row, not that one. This one, delete item. Okay. So we go to actions, delete, action creator. Just copy this whole thing, rename both of these to delete. Row num, item num, get rid of params. Okay, done with that. Next up, in the reducer, we copy this, paste it into here, get rid of all the selected item stuff. So this, row num, item num equals action. Okay, sounds good. And then we call it from row item. Delete. The I never coded this turns into dispatch. What did I call it? Delete item, row num, item num. And then we include delete item. Cool, that should be it. So now you should be able to delete. Let's just add a bunch of items, and we need to rename them so we can tell that we're deleting the right ones. So AAA, it's supposed to just be BBB. Okay, so if we click delete, okay, so that was B. Let's try deleting the first one. Let's try deleting the last one. Yeah, looks like it's working. Okay, not too bad. You've got it, Ramy. Redux toolkit and slices, the new way to avoid repetitive patterns. Yeah, and I'm going to look into Redux toolkit. I just wanted to get this kind of up and running. Okay, so we're looking good there. I'm going to check this in too. Yep, nice, 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 nice. And I didn't change anything here, right? Yep, so we'll just check in these. So allow, oh, why did I start typing down there? Botland, what? How do I close this? There we go. Okay, so allow for deleting items. Yeah. Okay, next up is keyboard shortcuts. Keyboard shortcuts are, they're out there for how I implemented them. I'm not super happy with them, but I guess let's try it out. I don't want that open. I don't want that open. I don't need that. Let's just close pretty much everything again. I feel like there are too many of these open. Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot of state needed for keyboard shortcuts. Oh, also, I have the initial state defined here. I don't think I want that. Maybe I should pull it from the reducer? No, I think this is fine for now. Botland will forever be there. It's just open. I don't know if you saw, but it was called AD retiring Botland or something. That was when I was trying to wind things down and kind of figure out what to do. Drop in the database. Oh man. That really brings me back. That was like one of the first clips that everyone loved spamming every time I made a mistake. Sure love having my mistakes thrown in my face years later. I'm kidding. It's funny to me. Okay, so keyboard shortcut stuff. So we're not going to have the color customization. We do want that. I'll put that in here. Allow for customizing colors. That only affected after preview though. So I guess we put this down here of everything. Maybe bundle them into a single state property this time around. Yeah. So what do we need? Listening for hotkey and last pressed hotkey. Okay. So we'll copy these. This will just refer to, I think it's last pressed hotkey, yeah. Its value is key. The event.key string property, like B or escape, type string. I don't even think it's how you do this. There's some like, what is this even called? JS doc comments? Yeah, and there's some way to say that something is optional. I don't remember any of this. Hey, Kosi. What are the email address? Not giving that to you guys. I always use a question mark, but I always thought I was doing this wrong. Using JS doc. I don't know. Yeah, of course. Just write in TypeScript if you want proper types. I really shouldn't even focus on this. Let's just leave it as is for now. And I don't plan on making this be TypeScript. Not anytime soon, at least. Okay, so we have these. Now what I want is a way to set them. And this is all handled by this state. This might be a little bit challenging. How does this work? So there's a handle key down. And what does this do? It checks the state. It dispatches. So all of this entire use effect should be somewhere else, I think. Yeah. How do you, yeah, I want to make a custom hook. React custom hook for use effect. I don't know if I've done this. Hey, Nasty. Last guide to use effect you'll ever need. I just want to see how you export this to another file. I mean, if it's just a call to use effect, it sounds like I can just export that and have a function that calls it for me. Yeah, I'll just do that. But yeah, I think all of this is what I want. So let's start pretty simple. Let's go into misc. Well, this is, it's not really a component, I guess. Just dump it into a function starting with use. Yeah. Yeah, thank you guys. Dad@google.com. No, I actually haven't shared my Google email address with you guys, but if you knew it, you'd laugh. It's kind of a nod to what I was doing right beforehand. What do I want to call this? Like use keyboard shortcut, use keyboard listener. I'll call it use keyboard listener. Let's not focus too much on the name. So use keyboard listener. Okay, so export default function, use keyboard listener. Yeah, you get to pick your own. Adam1351@google.com. Oh boy. I always thought it'd be really funny if I tweeted something like, hey guys, Google's giving out email addresses. Here's mine, Adam13531@google.com. People would be like, what? But no, it's not that. And hey, the K. Okay, so now we need use effect. Import use effect from React. And then we need all the things we're using in here. So I think we need Lodash. Is there anything else? No. And then we need state and dispatch. Now technically this effect would change anytime state or dispatch change. Oh, I already have that written down. I dropped databases at google.com. Okay, that one's really good. Yeah, I actually thought for a little while of just having my username be this. So I'd be just AAA@google.com. And then I thought that's a really bad idea. My litmus test was basically, if I'm in a meeting, a physical meeting, I'm in a room and someone's like, hey, how do I email you? And I'm like, oh, I'm just AAA, and they groan, then that's a problem. It's a good one, Ramy. You get mailed every time you need a battery. We groan at all your jokes. Yeah, but it's a very different professional relationship. All right, so I don't want to print out this stuff anymore. I want to delete as many of these console.logs as I can. And there being a toast, let's delete that too. Or let's just say const toast equals window.alert. I never coded the toast stuff. And then more importantly, let's write something here. Add in toast for when a keyboard shortcut is already in use. I think it was best joke ever or something like that. But yeah, just spam commands, Ramy. Alright, anything else? Is keyboard shortcut in use? So we need this function, and we need something like invalid hotkeys. Anything else? Actions? We need actions. We need lights and camera. Actually, we need action creator. Set listening. Okay, so import set listening for hotkey and set last pressed hotkey from action creators. Then we'll go code these. Dispatch is listening. Let's just say false. It's fine. Get rid of this action. So set cool. Okay, now let's remember it's camel case. Watch this. Watch, watch, watch. So we say this, and then we just say camel case, and there's our function name. Now we say is listening, return type actions dot set listening and is listening. And then we get our reducer. Should be really simple. And we'll just put this up here. These are all the simple ones where I've been putting stuff. Okay, so that one's done. Now I need the other one, whatever that was. I don't remember what it was. It was in use keyboard. There, yeah, use keyboard listener. Okay, so this one's done. We got that. Now we want this one. So we're gonna say dispatch set last pressed hotkey to key. And then same deal over here. This is the boilerplate. I know this is kind of sucky to watch, but it'll be done pretty soon. Accidentally put an E there. Export function. And this is just value, I guess is what we're saying. Okay, fine. Type action set last press hotkey and value. And we get the reducer for that too. Could have just copied that the last time I did this. Okay, so that's done. Now we need just two more things. Invalid hotkeys, which I think are some pretty obvious ones, but still, it's nice to have them in the right file. These are hotkeys that can't be used to activate links. I guess escape could technically be one, but the code shouldn't even make it there. Yeah. Let me see what else I missed in chat. I choose to interpret I'm dying over here as being a result of the best joke in the world. That's my headcanon and I'm sticking with it. Hey, Easy Light. It would be cool to share this. Oh, hey, Clayman. Haven't seen you. And hey, Head Spells. I like the name Head Spells. Any reason to use low dashes includes? Yeah, this is kind of a historical reason, and it's not great. It's basically just consistency. The reason is I use low dash for everything, so I might as well use it for really any of this other stuff too. So I started using it before a lot of these things made it into the prototypes for array or for map. Oh, and then a couple other things. One is sometimes there are shortcuts. So you can say something like includes users atom, which you could not do with the ES6 style syntax. You would have to type out a pretty short function, right? Of like n or name equals atom. It's just more characters. Okay, so we got this, and now we need one more thing. Is keyboard shortcut in use? And this is a function I had coded up here. And this is not the greatest function. And this took in state, and I think we're pretty good here. Okay, so this is the state. The keyboard shortcut is a string, and return is a boolean. So returns true if the specified keyboard shortcut is in use. So this searches through every row and item rather than using a hash map. It can be improved, but there likely won't ever be more than about 100 items anyway on anyone's homepage. This is what I was saying earlier. This is O of n. I can't type O apparently without it turning an object. This is O of n. It could be made into an O of 1 search. I don't care. That's what I'm trying to say in this comment. Like, it just doesn't matter. All right, anything else I want to change here? There's this, which I'm intentionally leaving as is for now. Don't allow invalid hotkeys. State listing for hotkey. Okay, I think all of the rest of this is probably fine. In fact, we don't use E for any. Oh, yes, we do. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. No more than 100. I mean, you could, and O of n and O of n squared, and I don't have a way of typing a squared anymore on a numpad because I don't have a numpad. But it doesn't necessarily mean don't use these algorithms. It means, well, it just means what the growth is based on the input size. So yeah, if you had 1,000 items, it just means it's going to search over 1,000 things in an array, and that's not too crazy. So when I say n is items. If I know there are 2 for loops, and so it looks like it's O of n squared, but it's rows and then items in a row. And so this is technically like, if you were to say this, it would be like n to m, and so it's O of n times n, which is kind of the same. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah. I have the caret. I just don't have a tiny little 2 to put up there. So you'd have to use a big 2 and a caret. Well, easy, like, again, just to be clear, for anyone who might not be following this, because the people chatting might know exactly what's going on here, but when I say this is O of n, and O if you have 100 items or something, a human will never notice this until it gets to like 50,000 items. And if you have 50,000 items on your homepage, there's no way you're able to use it. And even then, noticing it is like, it might take 100 milliseconds. So anyway, no problem. No problem whatsoever. Just writing a comment for it. All right, so we got use keyboard listener. And now we want it to be over here. So import, wait, what wants this? Yeah, it's here. From this use keyboard listener. Okay, and then we just want to use this like so. This doesn't even give you anything. Okay. No, wait, no, that's impossible, right? I need to pass in state and dispatch. Yeah. Okay, so let's test something very basic. Let's just have this stringify key. And now let's go test that out. So now when I type a key, okay, what's going on? Use keyboard listener, type error. It's not a function. Oh, did I? Default function, use keyboard listener. No, that's definitely a function. And it's a default, and I'm not exporting anything else. So, oh, that's why. Okay, we just stare at this for a while. Invalid hook call. Hooks can only be called inside the body of a function component. This could happen for one of the following reasons. Oh, so I need this to be a function. Okay, I see. So this would have to do something like ret null at the end of this, and then I use this as a component, I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Am I using something as persistent storage? No, this isn't even in local storage. This is going to be saved. So like, here's how the flow of this will work. You customize, let's just refresh this. You customize a home page, and then you'll save it as an actual HTML file, and you'll make whatever changes you want. So maybe you say like, okay, I want a new thing here of Twitch. Let's just type in, why did that not work? Why are my, there we go. Okay, so you type in something like Twitch, you've got this now, you just click save, and there's your home page, and you set this as your home page, and now you can go to Twitch easily. Yeah, this is a framework. This is Next.js. Hey, Petter. From back when you used to be Petter Master, I guess. And what's create enum? Create enum is, I will show you. It is just this function. So all it does is it turns an array of something like A, B, C into an object whose keys and values are both each of the things in that array. So pretty straightforward. Got it. Oh, sorry, enum. An enumeration. Hey, Sharky. Long time no see, indeed. Okay, so I think I need to make a component out of this. And I think I already did, actually, but I don't like this. So the way this would end up being now, and this is why I don't like this, and that's why I probably need to, I'm sure there's a better way of doing this, and I'm going to look that up in a sec, but I just want to test this out. Oh, we need to pass in state and dispatch, which at that point wouldn't work because it'd have to be props. Yeah, let's just look this up. How do you React define use effect in its own file? Got to be a way to do this. Use effect is called in function select menu. I could actually just look up probably any hook and yeah. I'm not aware. Putting it in its own file isn't the issue there. Yeah, it's how I'm calling this, right? But I guess what I'm trying to do is find out, is there a way I can use this as, I want this, check this out, usehooks.com. They have a website for all this. Amazing. Wait, is this use effect? So they put these into components, which is definitely one route I can go with this. I didn't know if there was a different route I could do. Hook use async. Yeah, I miss streaming. It just, I only have so much energy and there's a lot of things I want to do. The issues in the hooks code itself, you're certain? Well, we could make this even simpler. We could do something like this. We could just comment this whole thing out and just say use effect console.log effect in action. What is going on? There we go. Okay. So now there's no way that this could be a problem here. Hey, Aurelio, nice to see you too. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure this is still gonna be broken. And I'll look at those examples in a sec. Yeah, invalid hook call. I think that's just gonna keep happening, right? Use submit. I mean, let's just look at one of these. This is probably like, check this out on GitHub at some point, right? Well, it doesn't matter because I guess they include the handle submit, use submit, submit function, and then handle submit equals use submit. What am I missing? First of all, let's copy paste this so that I can see it with syntax highlighting. I never actually hit copy apparently. Okay, then let's format it. So they take this in. I don't actually necessarily need to pass anything in here. And then they return this stuff. And when they call use submit, this doesn't have use effect in here. Did I import use effect from React instead of React? Or did I see that wrong? You mean the capitalization is what the problem is here? I did capitalize it, but I meant to capitalize it, but I guess I'm not supposed to do that. I could have sworn back in the day everything was capitalized there. Oh, wow. And I'll give points to everyone who tried to help. Okay, so now when I press a keyboard key, yeah, I can see the effect in action. Or not when I press a keyboard key, but let's delete this and let's comment this back in. Excuse me. So now, I don't think we can just set these. Also, what just happened? That was weird. Yeah, clicking this doesn't do anything yet because I never coded that. But let's at least see if it can handle, oh wait, yeah, it is supposed to handle this when I type a keyboard key. Okay, close out of that, close out of these things. Okay, yep, it is. It's working. So it's pressing whenever I type a keyboard key. All right, so now we can go get the other thing to work. Row item, listening for, okay, so there's just locally listening and there's listening. Ah. All right, what was that for? Hey, Honey Pop, how you doing? Nice to see all the familiar names come back in. You're back home. Okay, here it was. Keep track of this locally so that setting a hotkey in one item doesn't set it for all of them. Yeah, although this is probably a little strange because I think you could set multiple items at once. Like if I click this is for Gmail and this is for... Oh, that's not right. Yeah, that's not right. Well, that's a bug. Hey, Bearded. Yeah, that's a bug. Maybe I should revamp this whole system. Fix bug where setting a keyboard shortcut on one item will show listening on all of the items. And fix a bug where you can be listening for keyboard shortcuts on multiple items. Whew. Yeah, maybe I should plan this out for a little bit. So right now, here's what I did. The sort of root component keeps track of keyboard state. And then the row item will find out when the key was set as an effect and then use it and clear it. And so I'll kind of show this, what I'm talking about here. We have last pressed keyboard shortcut, right? Yeah, last pressed hotkey. So where can I show this off? So yeah, the row item will get passed this in. This would be null most of the time. And then as soon as this would set, a use effect would trigger and kind of toggle the state back to nothing. But then the problem is each row item, it had this locally listening thing. Shouldn't it be using this? Ah, it wasn't using the locally listening one. Okay, so that should fix bug number 1. So let's try that out now. So now when I click this, it'll only say listening on one of these. Yes, okay, good. So that fixes that problem. And then the next problem is that you can click multiple at a time. That did not seem to do anything. Now if I type 2, what happens? Seemingly nothing. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's try that again. Click here, click here. You can't click there though. Because it toggles that it's not listening anymore. Could I delete your... Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't like this. I wonder if this should all be hooked up to just one state, and we can keep track of the ID. Yeah, that might be a better idea. Let me think about this. So what if we had the centralized state keep track of which item ID was listening, but then deleting an item would have to modify that state? That's not too bad though. Yeah, I don't think it's too bad. Hey, Kazu. Yeah, I think that's how we should do this. Track which item is listening for keyboard shortcuts by its ID. That way only one item can be listening at a time. And then make sure that we update that tracking state when you delete an item. Okay. So, yeah, let's go plan that out. Listening for hotkey and last pressed hotkey. I guess listening for hotkey you'd still want, but instead of it being false, we'd make this an item. And it would probably change to something like item ID listening for hotkey. Yeah, so item ID listening for hotkey. So this represents the item for which you're currently, well, if this is null, no items are listening for a hotkey. Otherwise, it's the specific item that's waiting for a hotkey. There can only be one such item at a time. Okay, and this will be a string. Yeah. All right, now I gotta go change a whole bunch of other stuff though, because this isn't set listening for hotkey. Kinda is, but not really. Set item ID listening for hotkey. Item ID, and then in reducer, listening for hotkey is item ID. Oh, and this changes. Okay, so now when you set that you're listening for a hotkey, which is what's going to happen in row item, set is listening. Here it is. Yeah, that got passed in as a function, and that's an on-click on the keyboard shortcut. So the locally listening thing shouldn't matter at all anymore. We should pretty much just be able to dispatch a set, whatever I just called that. Set item ID listening for hotkey. Whoops. Yeah. So we should be able to set this to our ID. And our ID should just be... Oh, we don't actually use the ID. Okay, so let's go fetch it first. And then set it there. Cool. This I don't think we need anymore. And now this is an action creator that we need. All right, we could try this and just see if it works. How do we test this then? We need to know if we're the one listening right now, which is currently not being done. Yeah, so let's go get that code. This. Hey, Potter. How's it going? Seeing more people. So nice. Okay, so now this turns into a let, and this is not locally listening for hotkey. This is if they're listening to this hotkey. So it's if state dot, gotta go find the state, this one. If state dot item ID listening for hotkey is equal to this item ID, then we say that we're listening. Okay, so that's it. Now we should be able to test this. Let's try it out. So we click this button and it should say listening. Perfect. Okay, now we look over at this and it says unset. Now if we click this, it shouldn't say listening over here anymore. Good. Okay, so now that's how we did this. So now only one can be listening at a time. And now when you click it again, it should say that it's not listening. So how do we handle that? So before, I think we had a toggle there, and now we're going to need to write a different kind of toggle. Is listening, set is listening. No, not this one. Set is listening. Where is this? Why can't I find this? Set listening, not set is listening. Okay, got it. And yeah, there's just a toggle. And so we need to change that to we need to change that here. So if, okay, let's copy this as a state. Is this item listening for hotkey equals this? And that way we can reuse this state down here. So there we go. So now if we were already listening here, we set it to null. So we'll so this is basically, if you just watch this, we click this and it should go to unset. We click it again, it should go to listening. We click this should go to listening, the other should go to unset. Yeah, good. Cool. And that way, if you accidentally press this and you didn't want to change the keyboard shortcut, you could just click it again. Alternatively, you should be able to press escape. That's not working right now. Now, why wouldn't that be working? Probably because I didn't change my keyboard listener. State.listening for hotkey. Yeah, this is wrong. So this has to change to here. If is nil. Now, what does this represent? Oh yeah. If we're not even listening for a hotkey, then don't do anything. Yep. And then this is some different thing. It's not set listening for hotkey anymore. It's this. Yeah. All right. So let's try that. So now if you press escape, it should be the same as if I clicked. So I'm just gonna hit escape on my keyboard. I didn't hit escape. I hit two other keys. Okay, there. I like fat fingered the tilde on the one key. All right. So that's working. So does it work to set it then? No, it doesn't. And why not? Set last press hotkey. Oh, because we're not using this anywhere. Oh, okay. We're getting there. I need to go back to here, last pressed hotkey. So this needs to be passed in through state. Actually, not really. I'll get that working in a sec. And there's clear last press hotkey. So this is what changes. So there's an effect here. And we might want to export this out into its own component. Well, let's test this. So we're going to paste this here. So what this is going to say is if the last pressed hotkey changes, I don't care about this part. No, I do care about this part. And is this item listening for hotkey? So this part needs to be changed down here too. Okay, so what is this? Backspace clears the hotkey. Yep, sounds good. Got no hotkey, don't care about that. Clear last pressed hotkey. No. How about no? How about we do this? Clear the last pressed hotkey. Well, yeah, that's fine. And then this doesn't exist, and that's fine, and that's sort of kind of fine, but I'd sort of like to change it. Update values on update. There's no on update, is there? Ugh. Ah. Hey, Retro. Yeah, so this changes to this. So I want to write a to-do to look into whether I can consolidate that. Look into whether I can consolidate the calls to update values in row item. Okay, let's test it out. I don't know if it's gonna work. That's not anything to worry about. That's something to worry about. Yeah, so this is just that I don't have use effect. Also, did I ever have a point to JSON web dev for, yeah, I did. Okay, good. Okay, so we click this, we type in something like reddit.com, Reddit, hit enter. Now we want a keyboard shortcut, so we press R, and it disappears. Last pressed hotkey is not defined. That's what you think, except for it's correct. And since we're using state in like 4 different places now, let's just pull this from state. And then we take this. This is where multiple cursors is really nice, because check this out. You just select all of them and delete it. And there we go. So now we got to do that again. Hey, Edie. I am alive. But this is just a one-off stream. One-off stream. And we give it the O shortcut. Hey, it worked. Check it out. And we can capitalize it, I think. Oh, that didn't work. Ooh, it's not clearing something. Uh-oh. Okay, why is that happening? I would suspect it's because of this. If the last hotkey pressed is not nil, and is this listening for hotkey? Oh, last hotkey press needs to be set to, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Nah. How do you set this? Set last press. This. It needs to be set to null or an empty. No, it needs to be set to null. Yeah. I'm getting there. And then we need this action. Clear the last pressed hotkey and the item requesting that hotkey. Yeah. Adam, you're evil. Okay, so can we change this? E-R-T-Y-U. If we click it again, it should still be U. If we press escape, it should still be U. And if we press something like Shift U, it changes to capital. Cool. And we should be able to press things like F5. No, F5 wouldn't work, right? Would it? No, it would. Okay, I don't know how I feel about that. But that's what should happen, I guess. And if you press backspace, it's unset. All right. Looking pretty good. Pretty happy about that. So now let's look if we can consolidate that logic I wanted to consolidate, which is this. I do not like how there are 2 calls to update item, and they look pretty much identical. So how do we fix this? We could, we can have an override for the keyboard shortcut. Yeah. Shortcut override. This is one way of doing it. We do this. We call this over here real hotkey. There. So that would work, but I think this looks pretty ugly. How ugly is too ugly? In terms of ducklings, if we were to, I guess it's fine. Well, it's, yeah. Yeah, I guess this could kind of work. Shortcut override. Yeah. Keyboard shortcut real hotkey. Yeah. All right. Well, this function is pretty clear now, I think. We could maybe make this a little bit better by saying if this is null or if this is false, then just return. And that way none of this has to be tabbed in. Yeah, that should work the same way. Okay, I just tested everything. Trust me. Alright, that's fine. Track which one's listening, that's fine too. I did not mean to press whatever I just pressed. Make sure that we update that tracking state when you delete an item. Oh yeah, I never did that. Delete an item, so that's in reducer. So delete is right here. We also need to fetch what's it called? This. Well, we could also fetch rows, I guess. Always fail hard with drag and drop. Yeah, I ended up using a library, but this took me like 3 hours. So check it out. Right now we have Google, then calendar, then drive. I can drag calendar over to here. And now we have calendar, then Google, then drive. And I can drag this into a totally different row. So now the first row is smaller. I can drag these all around. So yeah, that took a long time. Okay, so now we need to use this. If, oh, we don't have that item number. So deleting item listening, I don't know if this is needed. What are we even doing here? I want to set this to null if it was. Deleting listening. Deleting item listening for hotkey. Let's call it that. Okay, and that is going to be that this equals rows row num item num dot id. And in this case, item, if this is true, we set it to null, otherwise we set it back to what it was. Perfect. Okay, so now we gotta test that. So if you end up deleting the item that's listening, it's gotta know not to do anything. So we're listening and we click delete. And now that state should be null. So I'm gonna test that. We're gonna type state.item ID listening, and yeah, it's null. Neat, 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 it's working. So if we click listen, it should be set. And then if we delete it, it should be unset. Now let's try a different test case here, which is that we're listening on this item, and then we delete a different one to make sure we didn't just make it always delete. No, perfect, still working, good. Cool, I am happy. Now let's check that in. Yeah, I feel like some of this code could probably be moved. Well, this isn't too bad. Yep. 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 Well, maybe write a comment for this. If the item we're deleting is the one that was listening for a hotkey, then we have to reset that state. Cool. Using the most recent version of Tailwind. I should be. No, I'm not. I just installed it a week ago, so they must have updated that in the last week. This was 3 days ago, and this was 3 days ago. Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, there's probably no major change that's going to affect anything here. Also, Funky Monkey, if you're asking for the reason I think you're asking, I'll talk to you afterward. Yeah, he does move fast. That's good. I think it's a very widely used library now too, right? If we just look up, whoops, npm.js, if we look up Tailwind, how many people have installed this? This is not it. Oh, that's actually not as much as I thought. 900,000. Because if you look at some of the big stuff like React, like, don't get me wrong, 900,000 is a big number, but it's not, 11 million. I thought it was going to be much more used. I wonder what styled components is. Taking forever to load. 3 million? Oh, okay. This part of city burned down. It might as well have. God, I have the AC running at like max power, and it's bearable in this room. That's as far as we've gotten. Now, granted, I have these very bright lights on. I've got the computer on. 2 monitors. Hair and collar gets messed up too. Yeah, I think I have a note. Ping Funky Monkey. No, I don't. Ping Funky Monkey. Okay, I want to finish this up. So we wrote the comment for that. I'm happy about that. This is actually pretty nice to have contained all the keyboard logic into its own file. I like that too. Yeah, so now this is where we should just delete our debugging thing and just add it in later. Okay, so add keyboard handlers, add keyboard shortcuts for items. I also fixed some bugs from the prototype. Not that anyone will have ever seen the prototype. Yeah, I don't really know. There's no real point in writing this. I just want to feel good about myself. So pat myself on the back and hit Control Enter. And now we can paste in the code. All right. So then the last thing we can do really fast here is this: add in toast. So what are you without burnt bread? You're nothing. Nothing. So let's get toast library, React Toastify. I don't know how fast I can do this, and I want to do this very fast because I should be wrapping up pretty soon, actually. So we're gonna see how fast we can go and just not pay attention to anything. Make all of the mistakes, all of the errors. All right, where else do we use toast? Here. Toast it up. Then we need some toast container, right? Yeah. Keyboard listener. Toast. Toast-a-doodle-doo. So some of this comes from here. And then some of it comes from here. God, I missed this plugin from my work setup. Incremental search. Excuse me. Pickups. Okay, the toast container just goes anywhere, right? It's in drag and drop provider. Oh, I guess everything's in drag and drop provider. Sure, why not? There. Okay, does that work? If that works, I'm gonna be pretty happy because that was fast. Okay, so we set this to E, and we try to set this to E, and it says E is already in use. Press another keyboard key. That's not bad, but it doesn't tell you what it's in use by. Already in use. Yeah. Already in use by item. Now, how do we get that? Recently bought a new tea and it gave me instant flashbacks. Oh, wow. Nice. Yeah. I heard we have some French friends here, and they were telling me that I might get this wrong and then end up offending everybody. Like the majority of French people, or a lot of French people, will dip like bread, butter, and jam into coffee. I think that's what she said. I don't know. Anyway, consider yourselves offended. Yeah. Did I reveal my age yet? I've revealed my age for a while. Sick burn. It just struck me as something that was interesting. Not even. It's not offensive, obviously. I just had never heard of that, dipping like jam into coffee. But hey, don't knock it till you try it, right? There's something. Oh yeah. Sometimes I'll have chicken with jam on it. I think that's a good combo. And everyone's always like, "You're weird, Adam." But it's nice. So try it out sometime if you're a non-vegetarian. I drink my coffee with 4 cups of caramel syrup. you got like a vat of caramel syrup. Just pour it directly into the mug. Dunking fries into their strawberry milkshakes. That is strange. I've heard of that too, but yeah, I've never tried that. I was doing something. I got to finish this really fast. Yeah. So is keyboard shortcut in use should really return the item using the keyboard shortcut. So get item using keyboard shortcut does not return a Boolean anymore. It potentially returns an ID, a string. Get item get ID of item using keyboard shortcut. Okay, so this is gonna find. So this is gonna be the item const. No. Find is, what does find do? I don't even know. God, I'm all over the place. Find, what do you return? The matched element. Oh, okay, that's nice and doesn't do at all what I was kind of saying it was doing. So item found item equals this, except for that's not even correct. This is going to return the row that contains the item. Oh, that's not what I want. Yeah, fine. Let's just iterate over this differently then. So for each state.rows, row, if, or like found item equals find row keyboard shortcut. Okay, and then if not is nil found item, return found item, return null. Okay, so this should do it, right? I think. I don't know. Let's just find out. Item ID of, what did I call this? ID of item using keyboard shortcut. ID of item using keyboard shortcut equals get state key. Then if, oh wait, it's the ID. Darn it! I don't want that. I want the item. Oh, which I'm returning. Oh, haha. Except for now I need to change the name of this. This is now get, I keep doing that because of Mac. Get item using keyboard shortcut. And then this is item using keyboard shortcut. And then this is if not is nil. Then we say it's in use by this dot text. Aha, take that. Okay, I think that'll work, except for those parts. All right, let's try it. Okay, so we have this is called new item. We're gonna call this everyone. Okay, and when we press E over here, oh, that shouldn't have worked. Oh no, why you do this? We need a debubber statement. Okay, now that we've got our debubber, I don't want that, I want this. Okay, we press E, and now what's it searching for? So our keyboard shortcut is E, good. We go through each row, and we check to see if that row contains a keyboard shortcut of E, which it should. That's found item. Now if it's not nil, return that. Oh, for each doesn't work that way. Oh, darn it, right. I know. I have a case of the dumb. Yeah, work device is Mac, but I use the same keyboard and mouse, so I rebound like everything. Yeah, single letters. That's why whenever I write out a for loop, I'm like, let iterator for the for loop for usernames equals 0, and then copy that, of course, you know, and that way no one can be confused. Yeah, it won't work with for each. I just wasn't reading chat. You're definitely correct. So for let row num equals 0, row num is less than state.rows.length plus row num. Yep. Delete that, delete that, delete that, and that. That'll work. Okay, now we do this and clear out this tiny bit of duplication, and that should work. Would I use Carabiner? Yeah, I do. And what else do I use? I guess that's kind of it. And my mouse, So you can switch profiles. So this is the green profile, which is my computer, and then the white one is the work computer, because green is for hacker and white is for Mac. It makes perfect sense. Okay, so we're gonna change. I keep doing that, which is a usability problem. Okay, so this is Adam, and now we're gonna try to set this to A, and it says A is already in use by Adam. Okay, that's a little strange, but it's not too bad. Already in. Oh, whoops! I meant to delete that console.log. Yeah, in use by. We'll just put quotes around it. Yeah. Google has enforced their employees to use Mac. They gave me a preference, like a survey thing, and I chose Linux, and they gave me a MacBook. So I don't know what that means, but I'm happy with a MacBook. Can someone explain why it doesn't work with for each? Yeah, sure. So for each has special kind of bailout mechanics, and where is it? Yeah, so if you return false, you will end early, and if you return something other than false, you're just going to return from that for each function. So let's take a look at how this looks. Let's say you have users, and you have this particular user. So you are inside of a function right now. So if you type return, you're returning from the for each function. So if this were inside of some outer function, this is returning from for each, not outer function. And that's kind of the problem here, right? So if you were to try to return like, oh, I want just the first user, well, too bad. Now you're on this line of code and you know nothing about which user you had. So that's why I just switched to a regular for loop. Any impatient? Yeah, for of, I should just use that. I'm gonna look that up. JavaScript for of. I'm guessing it's pretty much what I expect it to be. Yeah. Okay. I will switch to that. There. Okay, so where did that go? Here it is for let row of rows. So delete that and that. Okay, should still work exactly the same way. I've had to pee for like the last 30 minutes. That's kind of why I'm like trying to super speed this up, and it's not really going that way. Okay, so A is already in use, and what does it do? It still says listening, so now I can press Q. Okay. Yeah, nice. Google employee using Bing. I've used Bing forever though. Isn't this like first or find? Yeah, but I needed. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about how I need to end the stream right now. So I'm gonna say deferred. You weren't even returning the function. You were returning that from that specific iteration. Oh yeah, that's true because of how for each works, right? Yeah. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I explained this poorly. Like I said, my mind is kind of elsewhere right now. Okay, so I want to say a couple of things. Well, first I want to check in that change I made because I want to finish this. This is not returns true. Finds the item using the specified keyboard shortcut. Okay, looks good. Now we just want to check in this. So stage and stage. There, so the only thing we wouldn't have checked in is this part. So we're gonna say add toast. Oh my God, I can't type toast notification. When you try assigning a keyboard shortcut that is already in use, you will get a notification. All right, now let's push. I don't know what this is. Okay, so now this stuff is on GitHub. You guys already have the link right there in chat. It's not usable. It doesn't do anything. All you can do is add items, but there's no output. So clearly I have to get to this point. I want to spend some time working on this weekend, but I probably won't be streaming it. Hey, Kojen. Yeah. So sorry. So here's kind of the state of things. It's 12:45. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes, which I don't know. I'm pretty happy with that. If you guys are not already in Discord, please do join Discord. And the last thing I'll do is go find somebody to pass you all off to. Oh, you know who I never get to host is Mr. Halsey. So we're gonna go host Mr. Halsey. So give me a sec while I remember how to host people. I haven't streamed it so long. I really, really appreciate you guys watching me. Honestly, I'm not doing this for money or for, I don't know, views or anything. I kind of just want to hang out with you guys and to still get a taste of the old days again. So much love. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to go enjoy the heat wave. You don't have permission to perform that action. What? Oh, wow. I tried raiding someone else's channel from Mr. Halsey's. I'm glad I'm not a mod in his channel. His stream would have been cut off. All right, yeah. Thank you again for watching, and I'll hopefully see you guys again sometime. Bye.